Gesundheit. Yes, it is. How many of these have you done?
Probably about 3 of them, I think. So, hi, welcome to the NMRAx. This is November here, and Brooks Willa coming to you from the Hobby Time Workshop here in San Angelo, Texas. Got Dave Ramos with us. He's worked in the IT for 30 plus years and has been a model railroader for almost as long. He began building at the New York Harbor Railroad, based in 1947, 14 years ago. He began building it 14 years ago. He has given many clinics on operations and technological solutions to model railroaders. He lives in Clifton, New Jersey, and was born and raised in New York City. His father was a prototype wiring specialist that built components for the space shuttles and various satellites. Please welcome Dave Ramos.
Thank you. I appreciate the introduction. Right now, I'm going to present to you my clinic on DCC and building your own DCC system. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been modeling for about 30 years. I actually got my first train set when I was about, I would say, 6 or 7, and it was a Tycho Jupiter that couldn't even stay on the tracks on a piece of straight track. And now I'm modeling New York City with switching. It turns out that's my passion, doing switching operations. But let me go into the clinic a little bit and give you an idea of what got me interested in this. Thanks to the NMRAx people for inviting me and having me on. All right. So the New York Harbor Railroad is what I built about 14 years ago. It's been operating for about 13 years at this point, and it's a DCC layout. This is an overview of what I built over the past few years, and it's got many elements. It's actually 4 different layouts in one. Each one could be operated independently without the other. And I originally got started working on car float yards. I was very interested in car float yards, and they're basically standalone 4x8s, well, in this case, 2x16 layouts. One of the recent additions that I made to the project of the railroad was to add inline staging instead of doing a mole yard. So it makes life a little easier. It gives me more time to think, which started me working on my current project, which was building the Lehigh Valley. This is how I built it right now. And I've always been interested in the steam era. So I'm more interested now in building a portable layout to take to RPM meets and to other events, to train shows, and to basically give people the taste of operating a car float yard and basically industrial switching. So what was my thinking behind this and why I decided to get involved in DCC++? And that was primarily because the LVRR 1925 project. It had to be lightweight. Had to be DCC and had to be wireless. And at the time when I was planning this, the cost of all the off-the-shelf technology, basically the Digitrax and everything else, was expensive and fairly cumbersome. It's fairly large, and especially the NCE stuff. So with the DCC, how did we get here? This is the big question everybody asks. We evolved to this current technology. We had our first train sets, like I was telling you before. I had Tycho Jupiter set, and then we wanted to be able to operate more than one train at a time, so we came up with a DC block control system, which is basically a whole bunch of toggles. Then we came up with major advancement. We came up with a tethered DC throttle. If anybody ever used one of these, they're very hot to hold because of the pot that you have to have inside of it, and very uncomfortable. I was a member of a train club that it was all DC and had these tethered throttles, and they were when they worked well, but when they didn't work, it was not a lot of fun. And then we came into early analog control, which is the CTC products, basically the CVP products, the rail command, which evolved to the wireless. They're pretty much as an end-of-line product at this point because they don't have sound and everybody wants sound, as well as portability. So that brings us to what we currently have, which is DCC command control. This is what most people are starting to build their layouts with, or retrofitting their old layouts and moving into this new realm. It's not a relatively new realm, but it's now been a settled science for doing this. The next evolution of DCC would be dead rail, which is basically radio, and everything's battery powered. But in this case, we're still talking about wired. If you've ever wondered what is being sent over the rail, it's a digital signal, and basically the first part of the packet basically says, I'm looking for this specific device, and then the next one is what address, and then the instruction, and then saying, I'm done. So that's what's actually being, if you hook up an oscilloscope to your rail, this is actually what's being broadcast over the rail from your system. As I said earlier, there's traditional DCC suppliers are NCE, Digitrax. There are many others, but at this point, we're just going to stick with those two for examples. So in my search, one of the things that DCC++ needs is it needs a base to run off of. And I use the Arduino Uno Rev 3. I'm including the build price and showing you what to order on Amazon if you want to build one of these, and then we'll go into actually assembling one. So the Arduino is no nonsense, tiny little device. It's literally smaller than a deck of cards, and it comes blank, so you have to program it. And it comes with the USB cable that you see in the picture. And this is actually what I ordered for a RPM meet that I was going to do. Unfortunately, it was canceled, but this is one of the pieces that I ordered for an RPM meet. The next thing, and it used to be the hardest things to find because it was not available on Amazon. Now it is. It's the R3 Power Shield, and this is the main portion. This is where the electricity actually comes into the system and goes to the rail. This is what handles the actual power portion of this. So go back to the Arduino. The Arduino is the actual signal generator who actually puts that code that I told you about onto the rail. This is where the logic comes into, and this is the device that actually puts it onto the rail. It actually takes that signal and codes it into the electricity and puts it onto the rail. You also are going to need a SD card. 16 gigs is what I would recommend as a minimum. You can get all the way up to 128, but you really don't need that. 16 gigs is fine. The prices on these vary. So this is what I found a few months ago, and it's like $6. The next thing you're going to need is a power supply, 14 volts, 5 amps. You also don't need to, but you can get the little doohickey that's pictured on the screen, and that is a power connector adapter. So what it does is instead of having to cut the end of the cable, that slips into there and allows you to put 2 wires out to power up the Arduino. Show you that in a sec. And then you're going to need jumper wire. You could buy jumper wire. I have it included on the build kit. It's $8 on Amazon again. Or you could use what I used was a piece of wire which was left over from constructing the layout. The last piece of the puzzle is the Raspberry Pi. This is the 3B. This is the original build that I did. You could also use the 4. The 3B allows you to basically run JMRI, and will also act as a wireless access point so that you can control the layout with your phone, which is what I was leaning towards. I didn't want to walk around with throttles with this project. I didn't want to forget to bring a throttle or worry about the throttle being stolen or dropped. Things happen. So this actually is the most expensive piece. The 3B runs about $31 because it's obsolete at this point. The 4B is current and it's about $50. You can get it as a kit for about $100. But again, this is just a stripped down version, and you're going to need a power supply for it. I recommend the one with an on-off switch. You don't need to get one with an on-off switch. Also, if you have a tablet that uses a USB micro, or you'd be able to use that instead. But this is a dedicated power supply that has an on-off switch, so you could turn the system off easier. And this is a breakdown of what I spent to build the uh, the the DCC++ kit. All these are available on Amazon. When I originally did this clinic, the Power Shield was only available through eBay, and it took between 3 weeks and 3 months to get it. When I placed the order in November for the units, this is last November, the units came within a week. So Amazon has really stepped up their game about shipping these devices. The Arduinos are actually made in Italy and now being made in China. And same thing with the Power Shields. They originally came from Italy and now also being made in China. These are a few of the websites you need to know to work on this project, and I'm going to go through them one by one. But this is basically everything you need to download the software and the information to program your Arduinos and the Raspberry Pis. Just a note, you don't need to have a Raspberry Pi if you have a computer you want to use, or if you have an existing laptop that you want to use for the project. You could basically use that instead of the Raspberry. I use the Raspberry Pi because it has a built-in Wi-Fi adapter, and that Wi-Fi adapter can be modified with software to become an access point. If you don't use the Raspberry and you use a laptop, you either have to download some software to allow your laptop to become an access point, or you have to buy another router to be the access point for the system, and that's a couple of bucks. I think they're under $50, but right there, it brings the project over budget at that point. So I'm trying to keep it around $100. The $100 goal was if anything happened and the unit was lost, I wasn't going to cry about the system being destroyed or lost. So that was the main point on that. This is, by the way, this is no needs to be a small system. You could always expand this with different expansions. One of the expansions you can do is you could buy boosters that'll tag onto this, that'll take your DCC signal and amplify it. Tam Valley makes a wonderful booster that does not care what system you're using to run your DCC. It just has the track power go in, track power come out, and it becomes a booster / circuit breaker. That's something that you may want to look into if you want to expand this for a larger layout. The intentions of this was for a small layout. Okay, so you have your Arduino and you need to program it. So in the old days, you used to be able to just download the Arduino IDE software. If you had a Windows machine, you could just go to their site and download it. With Windows 10, they now have the Microsoft Store, and Microsoft has engulfed and devoured that. And you now have to go to the Microsoft Store to purchase it. It is a free product. Almost everything I'm showing you as far as the software end is free. Some of them ask for donations, and that's up to you. And you install this product, and this allows you to then push the firmware to the Arduino to update it with the DCC code. So where do you get the code? You basically go to GitHub. If you're not familiar with GitHub, GitHub is a social networking version of it's a repository for people who are working on software projects, and they share all their software that they have created. And in this case, you're going to go to the repository and look for DCC++ firmware for Arduino. It's a simple file that just downloads as a PDF that actually shows you everything you need to know how to do it. And as you can see here, the last time it was updated was 3 years ago. I think that the last update may have come out a couple of weeks ago, but primarily, once you do this, you never have to do it again, unless you want to build another one. So let's go to the Raspberry Pi. Again, if you have the 3B, I did not have luck with the 4 with the image that they already have on the JMRI site, but they do have a JMRI image for the Raspberry Pi. And what I mean by image, it's in the technical terms, it's called an ISO. And what that basically is the file that's compressed onto a small flat file. And you need a special program that'll then write that file as it was originally written for the device. So that's a long-winded way of saying it takes the file and makes it bootable for the Raspberry Pi. This is also how we in the technology field make images to install Windows programs. If you're a Mac person, this is how you do a DMG to create a file that installs and runs. So you have all the settings and all that in there, but you need to set up your Raspberry Pi, or again, if you have a laptop, you could stop at this point and just install NMRA on your laptop. There are some challenges with the Raspberry Pi if you do not use the image that's available from the NMRA site for they're ready out of the box image. One of the challenges is the Wi-Fi. If you use the 4, the Wi-Fi is spotty, so you want to image it and then do everything as a manual install. Trust me, there's a ton of guides for doing that. It's not difficult. There's a lot of websites out there devoted for doing this, and I recommend you look them up. That, by the way, doing a Raspberry Pi access point is a clinic in itself, and we're not going to touch any more about that on this point. All right, so in order to take those ISOs, remember before I told you there's a program is an ISO, you need to put that onto your machine to convert it into a file that the Raspberry Pi will understand. So for Windows, there's Windows 32, Win32 Disk Imager, and for the Mac, there's, I love Macs because they have such interesting name, Apple Pi Baker version 2. I think they might be up to version 3. All the software basically does, it takes your ISO file, which you can get off the internet or you can create yourself by just downloading it onto the machine directly. Because if you boot up the Raspberry the first time, it'll allow you to go to the internet and do this. All this basically does is allow you to take that flat file and turn it into a file onto the SanDisk or the micro SD card. For those of you who, like me, who basically want to get your hands dirty and just do it from scratch, this is a place called Noobs. I thought that this was a joke, but it's actually a wonderful site. And Noobs basically has everything that you need, and it'll do all of the imaging for you. And one of the interesting things about Noobs is it usually has the latest revision of the Raspberry software. Once you get onto the Raspberry, you have to update it also, but it's like anything else. Nothing is working 100% out of the box. You still have to do updates. All right, so I would mention before videos on YouTube. There's an excellent YouTube guide by Steve Todd on how to do this. I watched this several times. It's a step-by-step how to do everything, and it's really a better way to when you're doing this stuff, because it allows you to stop and go back and look at what's going on. There's a really excellent 4-part series that's out there, and unfortunately the person really doesn't identify himself that quickly in the video, but this is the URL for it, and is a 4-part series on how to actually do everything that I just went over. So if you want to watch a video to show you how to do it, this is an excellent video to go over. The next thing is actually starting the build. So you have all the components that came in, Amazon dropped them off, or eBay dropped them off. And first thing you need to do is install the Arduino IDE on your laptop or desktop. Doesn't make a difference. You need to download from GitHub the DCC++ firmware for the Arduino. You need to connect the Arduino to your computer, and when you do that, it's going to take a couple of minutes for the computer to recognize it. Once it does, you'll be able to actually do to see it in the IDE software. Using the Arduino to push the code, using the Arduino IDE software to push the Arduino is actually fairly simple. It has a push button, but you just basically have to, wherever you put the file, you want to put it someplace where you could find it in the file manager, because I don't know about you, but a lot of us have tons and tons of files. So the best thing to do is create a new folder to put it into and make it, call it Arduino or DCC++. It'll make it easier to find. The Arduino name shows it at the top of the list if you do everything alphabetically. Next thing that's important while this is updating, on the power shield, there's a trace on the back of the power shield that it needs to be cut. This separates the system and It also protects the CPU on the Arduino too, because it's only designed to handle 12 volts, and you're pushing 14 volts through the system, 14 to 15 volts. And this is the trace that I'm talking about. And I accidentally ordered a motor controller instead of a motor shield, and all the motor shields have this little connection on the back that has to be cut, and that's the trace that I'm talking about that needs to be cut, the VIN connect. It's identical in all of them. So if you buy one and you get the wrong one and you don't see the VIN connect, you bought the wrong device. The next challenge is actually taking the Arduinos and putting them together, the power shield and all that. The Arduino has a series of sockets, and the power shield has a series of pins. When I first got it, I was trying to figure out which is which, like what's the best way to put it together. And then once you look at it, it becomes pretty obvious. Basically, the power connectors and the reset button and everything point in the same direction. So if you look at the Arduino on the top left, that's the USB connector. That's the silver box and the reset. And then to the right of that is the power shield, and you'll notice there's the power connector on the top right. I have it reversed in this, and then you can see the bottom of it. That's the piece that actually mates to the Arduino, and on the far right you can see them being pushed together. Okay, so once everything is together and pushed together and working, your 15 volt power supply DC goes into the first series of pins closest to the edge, and then you have the power coming off for the main line, the running track, and then the next set of connectors are for the programming track. It doesn't make a difference if you mess it up the first time, because when you turn on the Arduino and everything is turned on, if it doesn't work, all you have to just basically do is reverse them, and you'll get everything to go. And again, it's not important which is plus and which is minus, is as long as you don't have any shorts on the layout, everything should be fine. This is basically what it should look like when everything is powered up. Now you'll notice that there's two jumpers on there, and those two jumpers are basically to provide power, the encoding to each one of the I believe the main track, and I still have the word mail track. I keep on trying to fix this, and I keep on forgetting that. So those jumpers have to go in order to get everything to work. But when everything is on and the DCC system is on, those lights are on like that. The A and B lights are on. So here's showing you the jumpers again up close. And again, on the build price, I included cabling that would actually do this. But as you see, that this is all 22 wiring. This is the wire that I use for the feeders, so it's not very, very thick. It's thermostat wire for anybody who wants to see if they could buy some, but it's not very thick. And actually, the thermostat wire is actually pretty good, because it just actually, when you shove it in, it actually does not come out. It takes a lot of force to remove it. The one more thing, the DCC plus on the Arduino is off whenever you power it on. So you either have to go to terminal mode on the computer, or you have to change the programming on the Arduino in order to have it automatically come on. The other thing is, once you hook it up to the computer and you have it set up in JMRI, you can turn it on and off with the JMRI. If you have the Y throttle on the iPod or the iPad or the iPhone, you'll have the same function to turn it on and off. So this is what it looks like running on a JMRI on the Arduino on the Raspberry Pi. You can tell it's a Pi because there's the little raspberry in the top right. That's the on-off button that I was telling you about that you'll see there. And the JMRI software actually has a setting for DCC++, and that's one of the settings that you set up. And then once you set that, you tell it that it's on USB, and then it should be working. It won't actually see the USB until it's plugged in. And this is basically the two of them side by side. This is the Arduino on the right and the Raspberry Pi on the left, and that again is the 3B. You get tell the threes from the fours. The threes to have the full size USB, the USB ports on the bottom, and on the left side there is a full size HDMI cable, so you could hook this up to a monitor. You could also set the Raspberry Pi to run the Wi-Fi throttle server automatically, which makes it really easy. So when you turn on the system, it automatically boots up, it turns on, and then it turns on the Wi-Fi throttle server. And then once the Wi-Fi throttle server is on, you can get in with your phone and turn on the system, the DCC system. But as I said before, it's normally off when you first power it on. This is what I was just talking about. This is the track power. If you notice here, it's off and the system is off. And then if you notice here, when we slide the slide switch, this is off the phone, the track power comes on, and on the Arduino, on the Raspberry Pi, it now shows you the track power is on. So let me just go back to the first one. Power is off on the phone showing, and if you look at to the left, you'll see that the Raspberry Pi also shows the system is off. And then once it's on, everything's on. If you hook up a Raspberry Pi to an NCE system, the NCE system is on automatically. And so what will happen is it'll come on, and instead of saying off or on, it'll say unknown. I recommend you turn it off on the Raspberry Pi and back on, and then that'll assure that it's talking. All right. So if you have, this is what I was just talking about. If you have an NCE system, you could use the Raspberry Pi as a Wi-Fi throttle for your layout, for the Wi-Fi throttles for your layout, and it allows you to not to have a router or anything like that, or a computer. And again, if you want to hook this up as a solution for your conventional layout to operate with Wi throttle, this is a $40 solution. What you're going to need is a USB to COM port male cable, because the COM port on the powerhouse in this case is a DB7 or DB9. It's a standard COM port cable. You can get this again, Amazon. It's $9. Actually, you actually probably can get it cheaper at this point. Just by looking around. And earlier I was talking about boosters. So if you wanted to, if you were you wanted to do this on a larger footprint, a larger layout, there's Tambelli makes an excellent DCC standalone system. It does not require you to have anything that's branded to any other company, and allow you to hook it up to NCE, to DCC++, to Digitrax, because it does not. It just basically takes the DCC signal through the power bus, and then strips it out and then reamplifies it back onto the new unit. This is basically a line drawing of how it works, and this is from the Tambelli site. I currently use these. They're fantastic. And when I added the staging extension, I did not want to run a long cable to it from the circuit breakers that I use, so I just use this. This acts as a circuit breaker, as well as a power booster. All right, at this point, I'd like to tell you, you guys should go out and build one. This is a lot of fun project. I'm going to go to a live video at this point and show you the parts and show you everything goes together. So, and if you have any questions to send to me, I have a Facebook page. And I have an email address that you guys can send me information if you're looking for some help or stuff like that. I'm more than happy to help out. And at this point, I'm going to switch to a live feed. Hello, everybody. And this is what I wanted to show you. This is the packaging that you get when you order the basic kit. This was the one that we saw on the video. On the presentation. I'm going to open it up right now so you see what comes with it. This one I think is $13 in comparison. You can get it without this without the basic kit at Micro Center or any of the eBay shops, or even on Amazon for a little bit less money. It does not come in the kit form. And what you get with the kit form, let me just angle down a little bit. What you get in the kit form is I wanted to open this up live for you guys here. In the kit form, you get a little instruction manual, the same USB cable that you saw in the video. You also get, this is the Arduino itself. You see how tiny it is. Since it's a kit, you get a pile of resistors or those jumper cables. So you save yourself some money. You get the kit and you get the jumper cables as part of the kit. LEDs. This is cute, a little project board, a beadboard. You also to work on if you want to experiment. Some sensors. There's a lot of little niceties in here. You also in here you get a resource kit that allows you to program it. So I'm not trying to sell these and or anything like that, but this I just want to show you what you can get. This is out of the box. The other thing that you're going to need is the power shield, the motor shield. So this is it here. Again, this is the first time I'm opening it. And the motor shield like always comes in one of these little packages to protect it. So I'm going to tear it open. These are the pins, and as you can see, some of the pins are bent right out of the box. So you just use your finger to bend them back. And then if you saw in the video, I don't know if I can get that clearer, but if you saw in the video, that's where you have to cut the traces. Actually, nope, I take it back. The traces, these are teeny tiny letters. You got to cut that trace right there. You could do that with an X-Acto knife. So it's on the side with the bed pins. The other thing that I was mentioning before is if you look at this, this is the power connectors. So this is the left edge as you saw in the video. And on the left side here, this is where your power would go in. The track power and the programming track power, and there's a reset button. So if you're worried about anything like not working properly, you could always reset it. So just to give you a poof, it's done look, that sound you heard was me unplugging my Arduino. So this is the Arduino. This is one that I already had built and programmed, and doing this live here. That goes into there like this. Like I said, it's a little bit of a task. I really should be grounded to do this, but most of my friends would tell you I'm not grounded to begin with. So this black cable here is a Toshiba laptop power supply that I cut the end off, mostly because I wanted to get it done and I didn't want to wait for a package to come in. So this is the complete unit when it's all put together, and the only thing that's missing is the power coming out for the track and all that. And that's pretty much it on how to do that. You're going to need the tools you're going to need to get this done. You're going to need a small flathead screwdriver. If you intend on cutting the cable, you need a pair of wire cutters, some heat shrink tubing to protect it when you're putting it all together. And I happen to have with me, because I was working on another project, this is the same Raspberry Pi. It's just in a little box that you can get, but that's the Raspberry Pi inside. It's kind of hard to see because it's black and it's dark. But this is the Raspberry Pi. That's the where the SD card goes in. I recommend you put it in a case, and then you can glue the case to the side of the lamp. What's intended for this is it's going to get glued in a building, and then the wire is going to go through the benchwork so that this will be in there. This has a little fan on it. These little boxes come for about $6-7, so they're not very expensive. The other thing that you would need is a power supply for the whole thing. Oops, blurring out. The other thing you're going to need is a power supply for the whole thing. You could use one of these. These are come for a Apple. or you go to the store and get a Belkin, or you could just purchase the one that I was showing you with the on-off switch. The whole thing goes together pretty quickly. So this is the one that just came out of the box. And this is the other one. So I'll show you the whole mounting process is pretty straightforward. As you can see, this one is slightly different. This is the one from Amazon. Again, so this is what I was showing you before. This is the USB portion of it. This one's slightly different, but they're all the same. And at the end, it's the manufacturer that makes the white part instead of the green part on the bottom. And again, when these are going together, if you look very carefully, this row of pins and this row of pins are shorter. This row is shorter than this row. So when you look at at this unit here, the power shield, this one hasn't been cut yet, but you got to find the one that's bent, because we put the bent one in first, and that'll straighten it out. Oh, this is badly bent. This is literally out of the box. So you can see sometimes you shouldn't do a demonstration live with something you haven't really looked at first. It's what they say, lawyers know the answer to the question before they ask it. So this takes a few minutes, so I'm not going to bore you guys with getting it together like that. But the other thing is the Arduino IDE. The Arduino IDE software is pretty straightforward. I'm going to see if I can launch that for you, and then you see it. So I'm going to take the new unit.
I don't think we're seeing your screen if you're sharing it.
No, I'm about to share it now. There you go. All right, so this is the Arduino software, and I think I'm going to run out of time before all this is done, but basically you plug in the Arduino. I'm all thumbs today. And the sound you heard is the Arduino being found. And then in here, just go File. I believe it's just open. Oh, that was it. Go in here and then go Open. And that's the file you need to push. And you go Upload. And it's uploading to the Arduino. And that's it. That's that Arduino is now programmed for DCC++. That's it. Go. Actually, now it's programmed. You can see down here at the bottom, it's telling you what the progress is. It's pretty straightforward. I mean, it's if I could figure it out, anybody can. This is pretty straightforward. I've been doing hardware for years and software repairs for years, so this is something I found pretty interesting. And I was actually recovering, and I saw the video on this and said, I think I can do this, and I did. So you see now it says it's done uploading. It's pretty much it, and it could be tested by just hooking it up to the DCC++. If you know the commands turning on the DC system, the DCC system, it's the same commands for since it's all uniform, the DCC. I think it's 1 will turn it on, and 0 will turn it off. But unfortunately, I think we're running out of time with this. So I'm going to stop sharing. And if anybody has questions, I'm looking forward to answering them.
Howdy. I got a few questions here in the chat. And then if y'all out there in the YouTube and Facebook land, just keep posting your questions and we'll get to them here. So first question, Andy Ambrose asks, what's the biggest advantages of the DCC Plus over a commercial system like NCE?
It's all financial. um, this system doesn't have a limitation of how large it can get, as I demonstrated with the Tam Valley stuff. If you're doing something portable, then it's definitely more suited for that. The whole DCC++, if you have a laptop already, the whole DCC++ is under $40. With the Arduino, it's under $100. It's pretty robust, and if anything breaks on it or fails, it's just order a new part, program it, it's ready to go. It's all off the shelf technology.
Cool. Can you make the DCC plus? Let's see. Sorry, I got to read this question correctly here. Can you use the DCC plus to make an NCE wireless in the UK like a TCS throttle?
Well, there is. If you're asking if you could make a wireless throttle for it that's hooked up, there is some projects that people have done. They're making Arduino-based DCC++ throttles. With the availability of iPods being so inexpensive and iPhones being so prevalent and Android phones being so prevalent, and the fact that there's a new phone every year and everybody's updating and stuff like that, it's really cost ineffective to build your own throttle at this point. If it's a challenge, it's out there, it's been done. One of the things in IT we always say, if it's worth doing, somebody's done it, and they probably put a video out. So that's our first resource when we're doing research on building this stuff. If you're talking about hooking this up to NCE to have it as a Y throttle server, the Arduino is not what you need. You need a Raspberry Pi. And there's a whole clinic on how to convert the Raspberry Pi into a wireless access point, which is where it really excels. Because if not, then you just hook up a computer. It's the equivalent of hooking up a computer and then buying a router, or if you have a router to connect to it. Hopefully that answers everything.
Yeah. That kind of answers the next question we had too. So, okay. Another question: can the Arduino software be adapted to take manual controls, i.e., a potentiometer, forward reverse switches, rather than using the Raspberry Pi?
The Raspberry Pi, if you're talking about like for switch controls or actually controlling the locomotive, again, that's something you have to build a whole other project board for. It is basically the guts of most technology that's out there in the rudimentary sense. I work in a warehouse and we have sortation systems that basically scan a barcode and move things around. And the Raspberry Pis and the Arduinos are used to control the servo motors all over the place. So yes, it is possible. It's just that you have to find somebody who has a lot of time on their hands to write the program for it, unless you're talented to do that. Most of the stuff, like I said, is off the shelf, and I look on YouTube or do Google searches for what I want to do. My next project is to make an Arduino-based wireless throttle that has that. There is a gentleman who's done it, and so if you do a Google search for him on YouTube, you'll find him, and it's the throttle. There's also another thing. There is smaller versions of the Arduino that actually don't have all the features, and there's smaller versions of the Raspberries that also don't have all the features, but have enough features to do what we want in a hobby. So it's basically whatever you're looking for. Since this is the basic building block of all the current technology, I would say, yeah, this is like the DNA of everything.
Cool. What's the difference between the DCC Plus and the DCC Plus EX?
I think the DCC Plus EX is the newest version that came out. So there may be I think it's mostly coding difference on there. I did see the EX, and actually I believe the code I just pushed was the DCC EX1 to it. It's just the newer version. I think there's some streamlining of the code, but I haven't really done enough research to be an expert on it. I could tell you that the DCC that I built is fairly robust. I had as many as 14 people controlling one poor locomotive at a RPM meet, and this locomotive looked like it was suffering from from some type of illness because it was jerking back and forth because it was accepting every command for that simultaneously. So bells, whistles, things that it should not have done, like the lights basically flashing in unison, is because it's able to process that quickly.
So when operating the Raspberry Pi DCC Plus unit headless without keyboard monitor, what's the best way to power it down without damaging the Raspberry Pi's file system?
Raspberries are pretty robust. They're basically, they're not indestructible. I use them at work for manning $1 million pieces of sortation equipment, and we've had power outages. We've never had a Raspberry fail. If you're concerned about that, one of the things you can do is when you get the Raspberry the way you like it, you have all the programs and all the files, and this is true with anything. As an IT guy, we can't say this enough. Backup, backup, backup. There's an ISO system that you can use. You just use it in reverse. You take your SD card, you put it in your computer, and you create a reverse ISO. It's not very complicated. There's a lot of software packages that are free. There's some that are pay-based that you create the ISO from a file. Bit of warning, please. If you go to one of the free sites and it tells you for information to download, stop. You're probably downloading spyware. There's a lot of times where I sit there and I'll say, well, I need a piece of software, and then there's a link that pops up that looks like the link. So just read before you hit the button. And the clever spammers and spyware people reverse what yes and no is. So if you look at your confirmation when you're going to download that, they usually yes is on one side, no is always historically on the other side. The real clever guys swap them. So muscle memory will go to where you think it is.
Sneaky things.
Oh yeah. I've seen it all. I mean, the things you shouldn't see as an IT guy.
So forgive me if you covered this earlier, but I'm wondering, did you cover on the Raspberry Pi 3 or Raspberry Pi 4, like what the minimum Raspberry Pi you should get?
Well, the 3 is, I've seen this run on a 2.
Okay.
Raspberry Pi 2. The 2 does not have a Wi-Fi chip on it. So if by doing it that way, at that point, then you got to buy a router. So any type of financial savings that you have by going the Raspberry route is gone, because now you got to spend another $50 for a router, or $20, depending on if it's used or not. The 3 and the 4 have the Wi-Fi chip built onto them. Like I said, the advantages of the 3 is that there's already an ISO out there that'll actually program it. Poof, it's done. You don't do a thing. You just change the password. I walked through the Springfield train show a couple of years ago when it was still going on, and I have the Wi-Fi throttle on my phone, and it remembers your last password. So if you don't change the name and you don't change the password, I'm walking by and I turn on my Wi-Fi throttle, and all of a sudden I see 6 different NMRA systems out there because they didn't change anything. And then I'm like, JMRI is really cool because one of the things JMRI does is it allows you to create an XML file of every locomotive. So now you can search through the list and say, I want this locomotive, and then pick it up. And so if you're malicious, you can walk around and go, ooh, I like that J3 Hudson. I'm going to run it into the pit. And watch people go, who has my locomotive? Because the JMRI will take it. The Wi-Fi throttle will take it away. And I think Digitrax is the only one that will actually fight it, because in Digitrax you have to steal it, but in NCE is like you assign it, poof, you have it. So
cool. I'm actually looking at building not the DCC++, but using a Raspberry Pi to run JMRI, and I've got the little touch screen to incorporate into that. And have you had any experiences in running that, like with one of the touch screens?
I actually have one. I bought a case that had a touchscreen, and I bought the case for the 7-inch touchscreen. And then as I was going to buy the 7-inch touchscreen, my former employer decided I was no longer worthy. So I had to cut back, and then my new employer is wonderful. I get to play with a lot of more toys than I did before. But I have the touchscreen. The only thing is when I hooked it up, I realized my eyesight is not good enough to see it, and my fingers are too fat to push the buttons. So if you're gonna go with the screen and you don't have a 7-inch screen, I recommend you get a little. It's a little plastic piece that the touchscreens can read. It's like the ones you use at the store to sign your name. You get one of those and readers because it's small. Because this is literally the size of the screen.
Right.
And so it's smaller than your iPhone screen or your Samsung screen, your Android screen. So it's like an old touchscreen on a TomTom or or Garmin.
Okay. So Andy Ambrose also asks, what's a good router for what's a good router you can get for the ADSL-2?
Well, you're not talking. It's routers are a tough story, especially if you wanted to be also to be an endpoint. Basically, when you get in the ADSL, you're gonna get an Ethernet handoff, and that goes into your Wi-Fi to your router, for lack of a better term. But if you have if you don't have an Ethernet handoff, by Ethernet handoff, I'm talking about you get get this thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you don't have an Ethernet handoff, then you need to have the configurations from the provider of what you need for it to negotiate. So it's a logon. The Ethernet routers, everything they give you nowadays, it's just plug and play. In the old days, you had to go in there and get an actual router and then tell it how to talk to the phone company or to the cable company or to whoever you're doing. And they would send you a list of instructions of how to actually configure it. ADSL is I believe asynchronous digital subscriber line, and so that is not like a cable modem, which is it's a party line. It's a DOCSIS, and it's not like FiOS and all that. It's a very cumbersome beast in its own right. But if you have the Ethernet handoff, then I recommend always Linksys or Juniper. If you've got the Bucks, Juniper. If you don't have the Bucks, Linksys, which is Cisco. After that, everything else is like you're taking your life in your hands. There's a couple up there because I don't want anybody sending me nasty letters about how dare you degrade our product. If there's an IT guy, if it's not blue or purple, I don't want to see it.
So, question I just thought of: how can you expand the DCC plus system to run a bigger layout? After you get the DCC signal, could you just use a regular booster? To expand it. That's a good question. What you need to do is you need a booster that does not care about who's producing the signal. That's the most important thing. So you can't get a branded booster, like you can't use the booster from NCE because NCE has a specific throttle booster bus. It's not a booster bus, but it's a little cable. It's a 4-connector cable. It's like a phone cable that connects between each booster and the command station. Tam Valley makes a standalone booster. It's again, it uses those little power supplies that you get for the laptops. They're called stepping DC power supplies, and the 12 to 16 volts. You want to get about 14 to 16 volts. You got to be careful because if you put too much voltage in, you can't fry the system. Too many amps. You want to have at least 5 to 6 amps. No lower than 5 amps, because if you have more than one locomotive, the feature, especially the older stuff that draws more amperage, your system's not going to have the oomph to run it. So I would recommend you go on eBay or you go to Amazon. You buy a stepping power supply. By stepping, I mean it's digital. It's not an analog power supply. And then what will happen is you buy these boosters from Tam Valley. You could also buy the power supplies from Tam Valley also, because a lot of people don't understand that a booster is just a unit that takes your signal and amplifies it, but it doesn't work.
you need a power supply for it. So if you're NCE, buy the NCE boosters and NCE power supplies. Yes, you can get somebody else's, but I could tell you anecdotally, people have set fire to the layouts by using the wrong ones and hooking them up incorrectly. And if you're colorblind, get someone else to hook it up. All right. Enough said. Tam Valley, like I said, they make it. In the slideshow, I showed you guys the Tam Valley one. It's a very cool device. It's like $50 if you're going to buy more of them. If you need to buy more of them, then he gives you a volume discount. By $50, if you look at a circuit breaker is about 24, and a booster is about 129. So it's about the midpoint between the two, and it gives you the ability to boost the signal. And the Tam Valley ones, like I said, the power goes in from your power bus that goes to the track. It sees the DCC, doesn't care who's generating it because it's a universal signal, and then reproduces it onto the new section that it's boosting, and where it injects the 12 volts.
Cool. Well, Dave, that brings us to the end of our hour with you here, and we appreciate your presentation, and hopefully everybody got some good information from that, and thank you for being on. So
thank you for having me.
So we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll bring the next host in. See you. Stay tuned, everybody. Hey, welcome back to NMRAx. We have our next clinician here with us. He's a unabashed prototype-focused modeler and unashamed rivet counter, interested in finding the balance between high fidelity and fine-scale modeling with prototypical operations on his May 1988 Norfolk Southern layout. He's an IT professional and technology and security consultant professionally, electrical engineer by education. He finds great interest in how technology can align with our layouts to achieve more accurate operations to bring his layout to life. Please welcome from the Model Railroading Live team, Andy Crawford.
Good evening, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Most of my shows that I've done before have been in the afternoon, so I get used to that introduction. So, I'm an engineer in every way. So the part that we're going to talk about today are trees, and that's definitively an artistic expression. And I knew it was going to be a challenge for me. If you're modeling, depending on what you're modeling, certain things are going to require particular interest. If you're modeling New York City or some major city or metropolis, buildings and structures are going to be critical. And not that they don't matter on other layouts, but they don't cover as much area. They're not as distinguished. The few things that are really particular on my layout and being Appalachian are getting a few of the trades and the operation considerations right, and trees. Trees are, of course, dominate the area. If you model in the desert, you could buy a few commercial trees and it will cover the job for you probably. If you're modeling Appalachia, one, it's going to be cost prohibitive. Let's start with that. But if you want to try to get something that is photogenic, let's say, forget photorealistic, but photogenic, then you're probably going to have to go beyond what's commercially available, at least as a completed kit or a completed tree. There are some decent kits and some stuff out there. Some of the products I'm using today are some Scenic Express products, but a lot of it's natural stuff. So I needed to get trees right. One of the things that bugs me a lot is that most commercial trees are about that tall, say 3-4 inches, are quote unquote HO scale. That is, that's a bush or, a young manicured tree in your front lawn. A tree, 100 foot is not uncommon at all, 110, 120 feet even, 87 foot in HO scale is going to be a foot tall. So a foot tall tree is not a particularly massive tree. Good size, a pretty good size tree that you'd find in a subdivision though. Now, part of the problem is you're not going to be able to build every tree for depth. So this is one more thing I want to cover before we turn the camera down, is that I make a few different types of trees. Most of mine the background trees are super trees. There's nothing wrong with super trees. They do the job just fine. These are fine trees. They work great along the background where you have some depth and where you can hide the truck to them. That's worked real well. They're still a little smaller than they need to be, but if you plan your mountain slopes and scenery steep enough so that it can make up some of that height difference, it'll help you get a lot closer. So I use some of those I use a lot of super trees as background trees. But I needed foreground trees that were somewhat prototypical in size, at least more approximating the 13, 14 inch trees that I'd like to see along the front edge. Also, my layout is at eye level, and I have a lot of trees in front of the track work in areas where I don't need to reach the track work. So in those areas where you're walking along with your train, I want to look through the trees occasionally. Those trees are very dominant, and they need to be fairly large. So this is the kind of tree that we're going to talk about, and I'm going to turn my camera down and show you how I put one of these together. And that's a 13, 14 inch tree, and made along the front foreground of the layout, or goes along the front foreground of the layout. And there's a lot of different considerations you can take: how airy they are, how much you can see through them. So let's turn the camera down. We'll talk about some tools and materials. So, first things first, you're going to glue parts together. Now, what I do is I take out of the super tree box. Most people who've messed with those will tell you you're going to get quite a few pieces that look, that approximate a tree like this that you can cut out of there. I end up cutting a lot of these smaller ones up even still, but you're going to get a lot of this stuff that's going to come apart in pieces. Some of these will be fairly large. Some of them will be fairly small. I use most of it. It's not I'm not as exactly as efficient as the Indians were with the buffalo, but I use most of that box. down to the fairly smallest scraps. I'll bunch them up and make underbrush with them. But you get a whole lot of these pieces that aren't generally useful otherwise. So save all this stuff. I've got boxes of this. I kind of try to subdivide some of this stuff that can make a good underbrush into some of these smaller pieces, because we're going to glue those to it. Now, I've used a few different types of adhesives. I started with super glue, just as the first experiment. I only done one that way, and I have a bit of a mixed relationship with super glue. I mean, of course, it's a predominant, one of the primary glues that are used in our hobby, but it gets brittle over time, and especially with trees that don't tend to adhere very well anyway, that's a bit of a problem. So I've went to using contact cement. Now, I prefer barge, but barge cement, that's my favorite. And when I'm doing a lot of track work, I do buy a jug of barge cement because I use contact cement on the bottoms of my rails to hand lay track. But I go buy this well-bought stuff all the time when I haven't been making a bunch of trees. And these take a little bit of time. I tend to go through cycles. So I'll make, 20, 30, 40, 50 trees, these large trees, over a period of time. And then I'm kind of burnt out for a few months of that. So I'll buy, barge if I'm doing track work, or the DAP weldwood stuff is fine. It does the job. So a glass container going to help you out a whole lot. If I need to mix some up, I will. I also keep this little thing and mix myself some glue into this a lot. This should do for everything we're going to do today. The key to contact cement, in my opinion, for a lot of people, you hand lay track with it, use contact cement for various modeling things. I use it for a lot of my underbrush and stuff, is to dilute it, to thin it down. So you can use acetone. That's a little bit more readily available than the next item. You can use acetone, but it's a little bit thick and it's hard to get it not stringy, or to get it clean and smooth. So I dilute contact cement, both barge or the DAP contact cement, with MEK, methyl ethyl ketone. Be careful with it. If you do get it, you do want to put it away. And if you're transferring it, I generally transfer it into my little small bottles, because I use the same stuff for styrene modeling or plastics as a solvent. You're going to want to probably use latex gloves when you transfer it. It is fairly toxic. I know people who use it professionally and don't worry about it so much, but the MSDS sheet on it will scare you a bit. So MSDS sheet on water might scare us these days. Anyway, contact cement, it's not bad to have a little bottle. That's pretty handy to do the job. Let's take a look at a couple of the trees that we're going to step through. So I do, as I said, my background trees are standard super trees. I've also taken a few modifications of our super tree to try to improve it. Even if you make these foreground trees, if you have anything larger than a switching layout, or you need any depth where you're going to have these foreground trees and background trees, there has to be a smoother transition from foreground to background. So there's these midfield trees, or what for a long time I called midfield. These days I tend to think of trees as a number 1, a number 2, a 3, or a 4. 4 immediately against the backdrop. Those you could get away with even ground foam on. I don't generally love ground foam very much. I'm going to use leaf flake today, but I'll use a little ground foam sometimes along the backdrop if the seed's deep enough to increase the look of the depth. I mean, I love foam rubber. It makes couches work really well, but on my layout, I'm not such a fan of it. But I've also made these trees that work pretty good as midfield trees. This is like 3 super trees, because a lot of them come out flat or pushed to one side. This was what I thought was a decent example of that, where most of the foliage is laying off to one side of the stem that's there. So I pushed 3 of the stems together and tacked them, glued them together. In that case, probably super glue if I remember, and used some wood putty or wood filler to make the trunk structure. And then I just scratched it with a wire brush or something to give it a little structure, and then painted the thing. We'll talk about paint in a moment. These make pretty good midfield trees. If you're at end scale, this is probably all you would ever need. Although I do make a lot of small super trees or sagebrush-based trees as well. So I also make a lot of these trees that are fairly fast. It is a piece of sagebrush, of rough sagebrush, but not a lot of material on it. So you can make a 7-8 inch tree like this to make midfield trees, or my number 2. So number 4 gets the backdrop. Number 3 is those midfield trees that you could get away with like this. Number 2 is the backside of the track for sure. Slightly behind the seats that you could get away with. It could get away with a little bit shorter, because we've got to start getting that depth dropped down to go from this size tree down to this size tree. It's a pretty big difference. It's what most commercial trees come in from our hobby manufacturers as well. But if you're going to do anything close to a prototype size tree, you're going to have something to kind of mitigate that separation as you scale down. And that's one of the largest trees I've made. There's quite a few that are a bit smaller. But these will all go, fairly foreground trees with more and less foliage on them. All of these with leaf flake, of course, because they're going in the foreground. But you're going to need something to mitigate that size difference. So I'll put these as a midfield. So I'll step from a commercial tree to at the backdrop to these trees or these trees, and then down to my larger sagebrush trees. These guys that are, this is probably 15 inches, I believe, but this is immediately in the foreground. So adhesives, I've used several. Contact cement seems to work the best for me, but it's a slower process, so we have to get a bit tricky. So with super glue, you can glue it, and if that works for you, if you're not going to touch them very much, or you're not going to bump them very much, try super glue. Although I would recommend probably using the accelerator if you're going to in something that other than a pump bottle or a spray bottle, because you're going to go through it something fierce, or I have anyway. So I've used it in one of those easy flow to apply it, or in a little dapper or something, so you can just put a little drop of solvent on it to accelerate your kicker, or accelerate your super glue. However, where I use contact cement, it's a slightly slower process, but I find these trees considerably robust. I've moved these around. I've carried these from workshop to training room, back and forth. Talked about these trees plenty with different people and pointed and poked at them. They've been along the front edge of my lab for several years, and not much stuff has fallen off from them. A little leaf flake. So let's start from beginning to end of the process. The first thing I also might recommend is that you would need, that I would recommend, is these are natural materials. There's a couple ways to deal with super trees. I don't personally use the Mod Podge or matte medium method to straighten my trees. I use a soldering iron just to heat them up and to pull them straight. That works fine, but you're not getting the additional benefit that matte medium does for you with super trees, where it seals that material, seals that medium. So it doesn't hurt to seal them or to cover them with something, but I do that somewhere in my process as well. However, I do treat all this natural sagebrush material, just the loose material that I get, and I cut it into the right size pieces, and I treat that with glycerin. A lot of florists will use it for natural products. You can buy glycerin at a pharmacy, a CVS or something. 1 part glycerin, 3 parts water, I'm pretty sure. And throw it in there, let it set all night, take it out, give it a day or two, it'll dry. And it soaks into the material and replaces some of the cellular elements of your natural medium, so that it lasts, quite a bit longer than it would otherwise. It will rot on a layout over 30 or 40 years if you don't do that. Maybe it might affect you, but I figure it's better safe than sorry at the cost of an extra day of very menial labor and $12 worth of glycerin or something. So I do soak these and then dry them. Now, I've done it a couple different ways where I've dyed and stained this material first. This one's been stained or it's already dark. That's fine. That works okay. But I've typically had easier time seeing and working with these if I leave the material natural and then paint it. So what I typically do is get super trees into the shapes that I roughly want them in, and then I paint, add leaf flake or ground foam, and install them on the layout. Whatever scraps are left over, they stay au naturel, and then I glue them on. I can see them easier as part of the install process. The trick to this that is somewhat tedious and annoying with contact cement, again, you may want to avoid that with super glue, but I want the longevity of them, is that you have to prop them up for a while. So you won't have to prop them all up. So if you're starting on one of these, on one of the far sides over here, when you're starting your first pieces to glue on, you'll have to prop them. So I will use a stick or skewers and the florist foam. I use this for much of my layout for the scenery. This stuff's spectacular. Super easy to stick trees into. But that's a different clinic. So to glue them on, you can stick a stick up here. The glue will do a little bit of the work. I'll show you. But you're going to need to prop them up long enough for the glue to stick. Once you get the first few on, they'll start sticking much easier. You'd have to do the same thing if you used PVA or some other, adhesive. I've tried a bunch of different things. I really love canopy glue for a lot of things on our layouts. I've also used hot glue, and I don't generally like hot glue very good actually for most things, but for this case it's actually pretty good. But I bought a hot glue pot, a little heater that keeps some hot glue just sitting in a pan there beside of you to work with. That worked pretty good, but the strings of hot glue just annoy me to no end, and so I find that an entirely tedious process to work with. But the contact cement will stick pretty quick and easy. I mean, it's not going to be cured, so you're not going to want to bump it a whole lot. Another thing you're going to want is some kind of cutters or flush cutters. A lot of these have been cleaned up, so they're not as easy to see this about, but a lot of these super tree material come with these little stupid leaves on them. I've heard people talk about taking tweezers to them, and I did that for a while, but since now I use all the scraps anyway, I don't really fret too much about just going at it with my fingers. It's a lot easier. Pieces are going to come off your super tree anyway. If you're using all the little pieces to glue onto making large super trees or large trees, sagebrush trees, it won't hurt your feelings if you break a few anyway. So you got to get those little leaves out of the way. I guess that's the only part of the whole assembly that I haven't found a meaningful use for. Grind them up or something to use them for ground cover, but that's free regardless. So flush cutters is pretty handy too. Not all of these, but not that it will matter depending on your adhesive. But if you're trying to get some against some of these, I like to glue to the ends of the pieces. So I'll take the sagebrush and cut them and shape them with a rotary tool or flush cutters or a hand saw, depending on the particular case. But if you're going to put them on the end, it's easier with flush cutters if you get a somewhat flush end. And you can get very tight down against the whatever you call that, the trunk or the primary stick of the super tree. You get these little Y pieces that are split in a couple directions. Those are really nice for terminating the ends of small branches as well. And contact cement sets on there as well. Doesn't exactly perform the capillary action or capillary action that happens with, say, solvent glues. Otherwise, this would be the best. That little tool that has that little eye at the end of it that goes in your X-Acto thing. I've used it a bit with this. There's times when I will, but it's not really that useful. So if you want to stick these to the ends of these branches, let's go right here. And while I stick a few of these on, I'll talk a little bit about, or give you my perspective on why this is the approach that I took. So I've built trees in about 5 or 6 different mediums. I've used some natural root material following a gentleman's YouTube channel. I didn't have the same luck with that, but I was looking for pretty good trees. I've tried multiple commercial products and sedum that we all use. I think sedum does a pretty good job of recreating some of the trees that I see my Australian counterparts model, sugar gum trees, something like that. But I have not found a great way to recreate foreground trees with sedum that matches Appalachian prototypes or Eastern prototypes that I'm looking for. That's been a little more difficult for me. But I think this was my 6th methodology with various modifications on the super tree structure to modify different things. I have glued some super tree basically to sticks before I found about sagebrush. By the way, Scenic Express sells sagebrush. If you don't need a lot of them, that's not a bad idea is to buy that. But I needed quite a few. I needed a lot, in fact. So I found some Western friends to send me boxes of the stuff for some shipping cost. That's allowed me to be able to lay out with quite a few trees at a pretty fair and pretty reasonable price. If you've got a friend that lives out west that can get a hold of it. Sagebrush, by the way, there's a lot of different kinds of that. I'm not sure this is exactly right because I've seen multiple opinions on this, But the one that looked the most right to me was that there was 126 species of what's effectively sagebrush. The material that makes the super tree, the natural material, which I've planted some, but I haven't got any yield of yet. Of course, I don't have much of a green thumb. I'm probably afraid that most of my wax plants would die. So we'll see if it works. But I tried to plant some to see if I could grow some of my own of that material that makes the super tree. It is a sister plant, or in the same, phylum or genus or something of the sagebrush, of the American sagebrush. So it's a pretty similar material. And the Scenic Express sells, I think Knock sells the same product. A few other people sell the exact same product that is this super tree medium. It's smaller boxes. Knock box is fairly small. But I go through the super tree boxes pretty severely already, even the large box. But the Appalachian layout, you could easily, my small 15 by 15 layout has already consumed three of the $150 boxes of trees. That's why I try to get every bit of use that I can out of them. But I've used multiple mediums, and you need some diversity of trees. So a few different mediums of sagebrush. I've got some from Washington State and some from the Southwest that are considerably different mediums. And they make some of the midfield versus foreground trees. I really like some of that western stuff, or the southwestern stuff. That's the stuff that makes these really large trees, that makes up trees that look really good as even bare trees, or with very little of this medium on them. I'll just prop up one on top of the other. So it's a bit tedious process. I end up with a whole bunch of sticks in there. I'm typically working on, and I keep these the florist foam units, I'm typically working on 3 or 4 trees at a time. I'll stick a few pieces to this one, a few to this one, give it 15 minutes, and then we'll cycle between trees. That's why these are all partially done. Everything I have is somewhere in the midfield of production. Now, once you get them, paint's going to be the next consideration. So there's a couple different things you could do. Of course, if you want to recreate, I have done some where I've recreated birch trees or something that are fairly light. I've had the best luck with oil-based paint for the truck for that, because it soaks in better. If I'm just doing a surface treatment, spray paints and dry brushing a little bit to get some effect is fine, although they're fairly close already, but you'll probably want to paint them a little bit because you're going to have to paint the top. So the paint that I've had use a couple of these. Everybody uses, or most of us in the hobby use these camo paints. These are good for the really dark medium. This is my first touch. This is the first rough coat that I'll do over the top of it to darken all of these branches up. I've become a real big fan of this Design Master stuff. This is a floral paint. It's a water-based paint of some kind, acrylic or otherwise, but it's a water-based paint. It dries particularly fast. Also, it's foam safe, so it doesn't damage my either the pink stuff or the white foam. It doesn't damage it. I'm a real big fan of that. Now let's talk about covering these things after you paint them. So I'll paint them first, get some cover to them, possibly dry brush the trucks sometimes when I need to. I also do things that are a little harder to get to, like this one is, because I don't like to mess around with them too much once I've got leaf flake on them. This one has some bushes growing up, or vines growing up along the bottom of it that are made from super tree scraps and some other natural material. And this one's already been painted. So leaf flake. Adhesives are a bit of a touchy subject with this. I've used a bunch, and I like them for different reasons. I know people that use hairspray. I've used hairspray. It works okay for very light coverage, but you do have to use a couple different coats. I'm pretty sure this one was a hairspray tree. It's a fairly light coverage of leaf flake. In fact, it doesn't show much on camera at all, but there is leaf flake there, but it's also kind of dark. Super 77 works really well. If you're doing a tree that's fairly thick in coverage, as this first tree that I showed you was, this is a Super 77 tree. The problem with 3M Super 77, which I do like for a lot of reasons, but is that it leaves a little bit of a film on, so you have to be more gently with your spray application. I really like this outward stuff. This is probably my favorite. It's kind of a cross between the next item I'll talk about and Super 77. It's kind of a mid-adhesive filled And this stuff right here is the bee's knees. So I use Mod Podge as a typical adhesive for most of the regular stuff that everybody uses for ballast and everything else. This spray stuff is really good though. If you want a light coverage, I would use this over hairspray possibly, but I use this at the end of the process to seal the tree entirely after I've completed the tree and put leaf flake on. If I spray a pretty good coat of this on, I lose less leaf flake. It's not perfect. You will lose leaf flake if you bump them a whole lot. It'll fall off slightly. But this stuff right here is where it's at. Now for covering with leaf and leaf flake, let me grab those. I use a bunch of different leaf flake material. Like I said, I don't use a lot of ground foam. I mean, almost none, in fact. But I don't use much. So I use leaf flakes of different kinds. Knock, Scenic Express, Super Leaf is fine. That's what this stuff in a smaller kit is. One thing to notice about this is that it's really loose. So the best way to apply that stuff is to kind of drop it or to kind of let it fall over top of it like it's raining on it or something, I suppose. You don't get a lot of adherence with that. But this is a much smaller leaf flake coverage as well. So this makes really nice smaller bushes or younger trees because the leaf material is fairly fine. Of course, I think they do have different coarsenesses possibly, but the Knock and the Scenic Express is fairly small. So I do like that for more midfield trees, these smaller trees, or for super trees that go along the background. I really like the Super Leaf or the Knock leaf. Also, MP Scenery makes some. That's what this is. Yeah, the camera doesn't show it well enough, but the NP Scenery stuff has a really bright, it's almost like it's shiny, but not exactly. I like it as a nice contrast to add some diversity to the layout. So my favorite, however, and that's the one that I want to show you, I love this product. It's spectacular. This is a great product. This is, and I think this color might be easiest to see on screen. The green kind of disappears a bit on camera to the lighting. This is a product from our friends up north from Canada. Selkirk Leaf, Selkirk Leaf, Selkirk Leaf Company. That's what they do is make leaf flake. I found these little canisters right here to be about the perfect one this size. I can get most any tree back over top of that and work. I don't spray over it or anything. It's just for the leaf flake. The joy of the Selkirk stuff is that it basically bunches like this. It'll fall apart, but you can pinch it and get a bunch of it. So I use a pushing action. So let's install some of that with some spray bits. And to spray, because it's harder to get the camera in the position, I do it almost like you see ladies spray perfume on, especially in the movies, the old movies, and then walk into the perfume. So I don't want as much of it along the branch structure, so I typically spray the adhesive right down beside of the tree, kind of pushing the tree into it as I spray it. That's a hard thing to show it regardless. So let's just say we've got some coverage. But with this push, with this material, because of the way it bunches, it's also fairly large, and they make like 3 different grades, like a regular and a fine and an extra fine or something. So if you're an N-scaler, you can still get this stuff in a fairly fine consistency. If you're doing foreground and background trees, I buy it in the I buy what I guess would be for O-scale trees, the regular, the medium, whatever it is. And I really like that size of it for my foreground trees. It gives fairly large flakes that look like large oak trees, like you'd see on 100-foot tall trees. And you'll get this stuff will push into that glue. Just hold it over your medium, push it into your glue, let it get wherever your glue got, and then you can spray it again. And it'll take a couple coats of glue. It does for me pretty much always to get it to adhere. But as you're doing the multiple coats of adhesive, you get some additional benefits in that you are sealing in stuff you already have. Now, you'll want trees that have some airiness to them or transparency to them in cases. You could go lighter on it. But instead of going lighter on the same adhesive, I typically use different adhesives for the density that I want the tree to be. So if I want a fairly thin tree structure, I will come at it with the Mod Podge itself, and then just spray Mod Podge over the top of it as well to seal it all in. If I want something slightly thicker, or in this case, something you can see more easily on camera, then this Elmer stuff is pretty good. Or in a few cases where I really want it thick, where I've used trees to block access through the wall as it goes into staging, for example. I'll use Super 77 in that case for sure, because I want the tree to basically function as a view block. If you work your way around the tree, it'll take a couple coats to cover it. The wood last item we want to cover before we get into any questions you guys possibly have is I treat it with Mod Podge spray, and then it needs to set for a few minutes, and then paint. So a lot of the leaf flake that I use is, of course, colored leaf. This is a drier leaf if you're modeling fall, but it shows up better on camera. So, but once you've Mod Podged and covered it, is to paint the leaf flake. I paint most of my trees, at least my foreground trees, at least some, to give some diversity to them, to make them brighter at the top, because we basically have to model in or paint in the sunlight effects and the lighting effects. So I paint in some of the lighting effects by spraying the tops of the trees a lighter color. You can see it in person for sure, but it doesn't show as much. It's a subtle effect, but it's worth it. Where you spray the top of it. For that as well, I really like the Design Master paint for that. Also, this little trick right here, I love this thing. The Design Master paint is really good for this medium. Really good for working with this. And you can get it in a few of these green shades. This Hunter Green's the one I happen to have in here. But they make a light green. It's like sage or something like that, but it's just a light green, and it is great for recreating or painting in the sunlight onto your, say, summer trees or what have you. Whereas this paint will give you the green effect that you want, and it's a bright color of green. So this was a fairly dull super tree, and this is a pretty bright green. If you're modeling summer, that's what you're going to want anyway. And you could leave the trees the branches that are along the bottom a duller shade. One thing to think about is shape as well. Some people I've heard talk about this super tree where you'll get, some of it's kind of rougher along the bottom. If you're modeling or looking at a prototype, and just like if you were weathering or building a structure, photographs are your friend. You're going to want to look at some photographs of trees. And it's not as simple as walking and looking at the front yard at the tree that's there. Those are going to be a little bit different. Those are more manicured trees, and they're going to have more of an apple shape to them. They're going to be more rounded. And while surely you'll need to model some of those trees that will have a rounded pear shape that are available in every direction, because you'll have some individual standalone trees. However, if you're modeling deep into forest, most of your trees are going to have just branch structure and leaf where the sun touches that, where the sun and water can get to it, where rain can get to it. That's, of course, the obvious things that are required for photosynthesis. But otherwise, they're going to have quite a bit of bare bark, etc. Most of my trees like that are more like this, where there's not a lot below, and this one stands proud in its grove. One last trick in planting that I typically do is I plant them in batches. And what I'll typically do is plant a few just sagebrush trucks. The problem is you need your trees to interlace, and that's a very hard thing to recreate. I've tried doing it, and in a few cases I have done it successfully. I've got some trees along the foreground that are somewhat small that I needed them to interlace. In order to do that, when I built them in place, all three together. I put 3 trucks on here, and I built them as one assembly and applied the everything, leaf flake and everything to them. That's another advantage of the Selkirk leaf, is that you can install by pinching it and pushing it in there, is that I can still modify the colors and choices of the leaf flake for those trees that I build as assemblies. However, what has worked the best for me that I found that I really love lately to get the best results for forestation is to plant multiple pieces of sagebrush or sticks, plant multiple sticks or whatever trunks, and then plant your trees kind of down over top of those. So it looks like there's more leaf flake or more branch structure than there actually is. And when you look through the forest, you're seeing a density of trunks of a lot of trees that you won't get if you're just planting these things side by side or even pushing them together. So I found that, putting them together as close as you could get them, putting 2 or 3 more sticks between them, makes a forest floor that you could look down through. Now, one contention that about preferences and why I headed this path is that the old, what I grew up with in the hobby many years ago, as most all of us have, and people are still doing it today, are puffball trees. I don't have anything against them exactly. I don't use them, but they fit in their niche. When we were building layouts that you look down on from above, Puffball's done a very good job of simulating that Appalachian forestry from above. With a lot of modern layout techniques, where we're building our layouts much more narrow and at much higher levels, you're looking through the trees and through the forest floor. And undergrowth and forest floor vegetation are going to become fairly critical considering that. And you're going to need to look through the branch structure, through the trunk structure. And for that reason, I've ended up mixing a bunch of branch structure together to get the trees and to get a density of forestation. You could complete some of that even with super trees if you planted trees along the front and then went, or to puffballs, planted good looking trees along the front edge and then stepped back into puffballs. Behind if you have a higher viewing angle than I do. But my layout is literally at eye level. Do we have any questions? Comments or complaints?
I got a few questions. Now, hopefully they'll be rolling in here from the chat here soon. So first question comes from Dave Nicholson. What type of adhesive is weld or wood weld? He lives in the UK and he says that he's never heard of it.
So it's a contact cement. It's a contact cement. But this one's made by DAP, which I'm sure probably is just in America. Listen, I feel bad that you can't find this particular one to some degree because it's convenient or whatever, but you guys have got Sally's and some of the best spray adhesives on the market that we can't get over here. And the static grass layering sprays and some of that, you've got it on us in adhesives, really. So any contact cement will do. Just regular contact cement that's used in flooring or whatever, any will do. If you're going to order it, Barge is spectacular. Barge cement is often used in the shoe industry or the shoe repair business. If you're head leg track with contact cement or building a bridge, you need to contact cement the center rails down or the guardrails. Boy, that stuff is spectacular. Barge is good stuff, but contact cement has a shelf life.
Ralph Renzetti asks, some people soak the trees in some people soak the tree armatures in glycerin. Do you need to do that for the sagebrush trees?
I do soak in glycerin first. If I would even do that, I even do that with my super tree material as well. Better safe than sorry. For the big ones that I'm making just standalone background trees with, these have been soaked in glycerin. Because I don't use the matte medium method for straightening them, because you get an advantage with matte medium. One, you can straighten them, but it's a bit tedious pinning them up and putting weight on them and all this. Whereas just taking a soldering iron and kind of hitting the parts where they're bent, straightening them works fast for me, but I'm losing this seal benefit. So
cool. Andy Ambrose asked, do you cook the natural material first?
So I use a lot of natural material, dirt for the yard, leaf flake as well. I do cook dirt for sure. I do. I'm not sure you would absolutely have to, but I do. It's just better safe than sorry, and I'd recommend doing that. Also with dirt and stuff, I drag a big magnet through it as well, just to make sure that I'm covering my bases. For leaf flake, I have been, and I cook regular leaf that I use for a ground cover. When I'm making forest floor, I grind up leaves and I wet them or somewhat wash them and clean them, and I do run them through the oven. Sagebrush, I don't. And I haven't had any ill effects with sagebrush so far. I don't know what it would take to, but typically sticking them in glycerin and water for a couple days before I get around to taking them out probably eliminates anything that can't breathe underwater anyway.
Right. Let's see. Ralph Renzetti asks, at what stage in your layout building do you suggest making these trees? They seem to take a long time to make.
They do, and I have a slightly odd opinion on layout construction methodologies. There are plenty of people, and that's a different clinic to some degree, but there are plenty of people who believe in the build all the bench work, then lay all the track, then run all the wire, then wait, and then do some scenery. And I don't. I'm much more closely aligned with, say, Joe Fugit's TOMA method. My layout is built in modules that are movable. When I started it, we didn't have that terminology of TOMA, but it's built in movable but not portable modules. And I have scenery done in places where I don't have track work pulled through it yet, even. So I do what I feel like doing at whatever time. But if you're going to populate any moderate sized layout with a lot of trees, especially a lot of foreground trees, you're going to need to work on and off for many years because you're going to get tired of it.
So back to the previous question, what temperature and how long do you cook your materials with?
Well, so dirt you can get away with a lot, and I prefer that because I want to get a lot of the medium out that makes it easier to filter the dirt. So I'll make dirt at 400 degrees or something with the oven door slightly open when my wife's not home, and I can get away with that. But I do have a toaster oven, a small toaster oven that I've modified to make it a soldering, for sweat soldering work, and I've used that for small batches of stuff as well. But when I can get away with it, I use the oven. Now for leaf flake, you've got to go as low as your oven will go. Mine goes 250, so I'll leave the door about halfway open. I leave it open slightly with dirt so that moisture can escape, etc. With leaf flake, I have to leave the door open pretty quick. Otherwise, I just end up with a pile of ash. So it'd be nice if I had, if I could cook at a lower temperature for a longer period, or if I had some way to deionize or something.
So, sorry if I mispronounced this name, Paul Wilfong. And this also goes, Ralph Renzetti asked this question also. How do you build up the visible trunk using putty or something like that on the sagebrush? So they're asking how to make it look thicker.
Yeah, so the super tree, and I've done that a few different ways. And it depends on your application and scale. I think all of this stuff is proportional. What tree is the right choice for you? How to solve these problems has a lot to do with how high is your layout, or what's the viewing angle of your layout, how deep is it, how far away are they, what scale are you at, how big the tree. There's a lot of considerations. If you're an in scale, for example, we're building some of these smaller trees, super trees, a couple of them just push together and glue the trunks together, and then using wood filler is what I've liked working with. I've used a few different things, but for me, wood filler was the easiest to scratch a wood-like structure into and easily with just a wire brush. And I've just used wood filler and a little metal stick that I've got, and then let it set up till it's almost hard, and then scratch it with that. And I really like just the Elmer's wood putty is what I've been using. I'm sure there's probably a better one out there, but that one's readily available because it dries out when I decide I need it. That works pretty good. I have seen people use, and I have tested, and I have some on my layout that have been done with hot glue, where you just take a hot glue and drag along the trunk up through, you just need to get up into the tree structure somewhat where that thickness will have dissipated anyway. So in hot glue, we'll build it up. It's very hard in that case to get texture on it. But if you're modeling it in scale or in the background of your HMRO scale layout, hot glue to just get more trunk thickness is probably adequate. Or caulk. You can use caulk too. I just haven't had as much luck with that.
So Andy Ambrose asks, are there a number of plants you can use other than sagebrush?
Yes, absolutely. So some of my first trees were built, or first trees that were beyond super tree. The first things that I glued super tree material to were sticks that I found in the yard that looked like a smaller version of a tree that had some kind of branch structure to them that was interesting. I'm sure I have some of those. Yes, here's one convenient. Sorry, I thought I had everything I'd show, but so this is just a stick out of the yard, and with super tree material glued to it. That's where I started down the gluing super tree material to something kind of approach to getting a good tree. And they're not bad, and they'll fill some niche applications. I think the most interesting thing for me, I've got a few sticks set aside that were interesting looking that I'm still going to build that way, is that we need a diversity of trees. Forests are not big forests of oak for the most part, and you need some diversity. And some of these sticks look a lot more like beech trees or some of those trees, and they're easier to get a white coloration on than, say, the sagebrush is. Sagebrush is really good for oak and some of those hickory.
We had a viewer on Facebook named Bob Stafford. He posted a comment here about another western plant that works good for eastern trees. In the background is called rabbit bush or rabbit brush. He said he harvests them in the fall after hard freeze opens up the seed pods, cuts them to tree shape off the stems, and dips them in diluted white glue, hangs them up to dry from a twine rope with clamp clothespins, spray paint next, and apply ground foam using hairspray. So I wanted to mention that because the people over on YouTube, can't see that, and so that I figure that goes with the question we just asked about other materials.
Well, there's a lot. Sagebrush, I found, is just some of the best material to get these really large structures. Sagebrush is one of the best mediums for that. For some of these smaller trees, midfield trees, or even foreground in-scale trees or something, there's quite a few different natural materials that I've seen, and even sedum could be used with quite a bit of modification. But if it looks like a tree structure, all you're looking for is just something that goes up and pops out a bit that you can glue super tree to. And there's a lot of people, and I've got a wire tree or two. Wire's a great method, and a British fellow, Gordon Gravitt, literally wrote a couple books on trees that are spectacular books on wire trees. That's part of the reason that I started with the disclaimer that I'm an engineer in every way, in personality, mentality, and education. I'm an engineer, so these artistic forms I've always thought a bit more challenging, that artistic side of the hobby. So when I use something like sagebrush, it's getting me a lot closer to the finished product from the get-go. And I don't have to recreate branch structure and stuff from wire where you would need a more artistic eye, and someone who was more artistic than I would have better luck. The sagebrush gets you there really easy. You don't have to be too artistic.
Okay, cool. Andy Ambrose asked, what are puffball trees made from?
So the Woodland Seedings calls it polyfiber, I think, or something, but I buy kind of stuffing that you'd put in stuffed animals is my personal preference for it. And I buy it in a larger quantity because I do use the stuff. I use it to make kudzu, which just dominates Appalachia, especially in the 80s. They found ways to fight that stuff back these days, but kudzu dominated any open area in Appalachia back then. I've had better luck, or the best luck, using that polyfill that people make puffball trees with, ball it up into a ball, spray it with something, cover it with some ground foam. My entire young modeling life was puffball trees. Every layout that I admired was built largely with puffball trees. I'd seen some success with a few other natural mediums that had been done. Like Lynn Westcott had used some really nice material on his layout that wasn't puffball trees, and I always loved that and never could figure out how to get there as a young guy. And again, I think it has a lot to do with some of the styles of layouts that we've changed. My layout's literally at eye level, eye level for me, but it's 56 inches in the air for a 5.5 foot tall guy. It's literally eye level. If you're building a layout at 36 inches tall or something that you're going to look down on, puffball trees work pretty good, actually. Although there's a lot of condemnation for them in the hobby a lot, but they actually do work good in certain applications. But when you're at eye level, puffball trees, the illusion of puffball trees starts to fall down.
I would think they work better for a background tree.
Sure.
Yeah.
When I've been experimenting with making some actual three-dimensional backdrops by cutting some foam core into some mountain shapes and putting some trees on them, I typically like about my third try at anything. So I've been making a few of those, trying to get to a place where I like it. I'm not to a place where I'm ready to put one on layout or even show it to anybody yet. But I've been experimenting with some background mediums or making some background trees and taking some card and using some small super tree sticks and kind of filling up the area between so that I can put it against the backdrop. I've had some luck with that. I think I will get there, but it'll require some more tries.
So there's a spray can product that you used, and there were viewers were wanting to know what the name of that was.
Let's see. So there's a couple of things like, well, if it was paint, so if it wasn't paint, it's this Mod Podge stuff, probably.
Yeah, I think it was that.
So this is the Elmer's spray glue. I like this. This is Mod Podge. But a lot of people use Mod Podge. I'm sure I've got some around here, but the regular Mod Podge, it's like a PVA glue. It's actually like a medium, a paint medium, like a matte medium, but it's not thin like a matte medium. It's a thick medium. Like a paint medium, you can add pigment to Mod Podge. I use Mod Podge to put down leaf on the forest floor and dirt as opposed to Elmer's glue, for example, or even static grass for that reason. Elmer's glue can have a slightly shiny appearance. It doesn't always show up. Most of the time, it's not a problem, and probably 98% of layouts in the world have their ground cover put down with Elmer's PVA or with some PVA, Type Bond or something. It's fine. It's not a problem if it works for you. But I found when I was using that occasionally I'd get some spots that were slightly shinier. I don't get that with Mod Podge, so I use regular Mod Podge. This is just a great sealant for my trees.
Have you tried using 3M Super 77 or any of those kind of adhesives?
I have, and I do use Super 77, and this tree is Super 77, double Super 77. If I'm doing along the background sometimes, or especially where I have to kind of more disguise the backdrop or where the tracks are going through the wall into staging, for example, I've used Super 77 in some of those applications. I have both one really good thing to say about Super 77 and one thing that bugs me about it. So one is it covers unbelievably well. And if you want a very thick, dense coverage that you would have in July or August, I'm kind of modeling spring, so some of mine need to be a bit more airy. But if I want that, Super 77 is the only way to go. It is the absolute best glue in the world if you don't want to see through the tree structure. But a lot of times I want to see somewhat into the tree structure. So I've preferred some of these milder spray adhesives. Also, the disadvantage of Super 77 is it very easily gets on the trunk. It tends to leave a film. It's very hard to clean up and to not get leaf on your trunk, and you end up scraping the trunk, getting in here and scraping the trunks to get some of that leaf off. Whereas this milder adhesive is just easier to work with. But if you want a thick, dense tree, Super 77's, I've got it. I keep it on hand. Good stuff.
Well, I think with the PVA, that's water washable too. So if you get it on a place you don't want, you could just wash it off with water. Q-tip and some water, probably get it off. So.
And I think I bought every brand of spray adhesive through the last few years and tested and tried and played with them. What is this stuff? Oh, the Gorilla brand, I think it is. The spray adhesive. I like that pretty well too. And see, they all have kind of a different how severe the adhesive works. And instead of spraying less adhesive to get less leaf flake, I would prefer to use a less stout adhesive. That makes it easier for my placement of adhesive or for spraying adhesive into the tree. So if I want a thick coverage, I use Super 77 and enough of it. And if I want a milder coverage, I'll use the Elmer's or some other brand.
So what do you do to take care of the dust on your trees? Dwight at Northern Star Railroad wants to know this, or he asked that.
Yeah. So far I've had the best luck with two applications. One is air and just a little bit of it. So an airbrush, which has become, again, I'm not necessarily do I consider myself an artistic person. I've fallen in love with working with an airbrush. That is just a spectacular and fun tool to play with. And an airbrush is a pretty good medium to clean with because it's gentle enough that it won't, that you don't end up modeling the fall because you cleaned your layout a bit. That works pretty well. That's probably the best application. But I think the best thing to do is to do like George Celios does, and to cover the layout and try to keep the dust down as much as possible. One of the great advantages of these styles of layouts that we're building these days with valances and fascias, etc., this shadow box effect, is it's much easier to take your bottom skirting and pin it up to the top at times to keep the dust down. but natural materials are going to have a great natural look and appearance, but they have some consequences that they're going to produce to gather dust.
Yeah. Okay, one more question. We'll wrap it up for this session. What about microwaving your materials? Have you tried that?
I tried. So in theory, microwave excites. Most of us know this at this point because Discovery Channel's great, and I'm a Discovery Channel physicist at this stuff. But a microwave excites water molecules and vibrates them to heat your food. In theory, it would be great for dehumidifying or demoisturizing the soil. One would think, and I've had great success with various things using the microwave. But I haven't had good success getting the dirt to dry out in the microwave for whatever reason, and I'm not sure what. Honestly, probably like wherever the beef jerky machine or something that dries that would probably be the best thing. But 20 minutes in the oven covers the job, and I could normally get that done while my wife's at the grocery store and get away with it. So
cool. Well, thanks, Andy, for coming on the NMRAx convention here, and we look forward to seeing you in your future. And also check out Model Railroading Live. You can see Andy Thursday nights a lot of times, and then y'all are doing a series about layouts, Empire layouts too, right?
Yeah, the Empire series. We did some episodes early this year, and then we just started back with the first kind of introduction. And then late tonight, actually, tonight at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern, we will do the second installation of the Empire series tonight. So
cool.
Yeah.
I've been watching those, and those have been great. So, So Andy, thanks for coming on, and we'll step out of here and do a quick set change real quick with the next clinician. See you. Welcome back to the NMRAx. We have our next clinician with us. He's been the active member and volunteer in the NMRA for a dozen years, currently serves as president of the Northeastern region. He was the NER's Northeastern region newsletter editor for 4 years and is on the board of director of the Hub division for 6 years. He's active in the NMRA Achievement Program. He has 2 certificates, volunteer and official completed, and 2 others, author and chief dispatcher, in the works. In the winter of 2020, he'll begin a new Fremo N module set with 2 additional certificates, civil and electrical engineering, on the horizon. Please welcome to NMRAx, John Doring. And we have a recorded video, so Gordy, go ahead and roll that video.
Hi there, everyone. John Doring here with more confessions of a still reforming armchair model railroader. This is an update of sorts to my story and my journey in the hobby of model railroading. And it's my 7 steps to getting started, being active, and really enjoying the hobby of model railroading. Now, I'm not really anything but an average model railroader myself. So if you're looking today for techniques to add super details to one of those high-end Craftsman kits, or how to install a decoder in your favorite old locomotive, or anything that has to do with Arduinos, this is probably not the clinic for you. My target today is the armchair railroader. Maybe it's a newbie or a novice that you are just getting started with us, or perhaps you're a long-term hobbyist like myself, but really still a little closer to the starting line and not further along like you might want to be. Or maybe you're even someone who is quite experienced and accomplished, but for some reason you are stuck or stalled today and looking for a way to get going again. So if you're searching for that inspiration, then I hope you'll find my 7 steps, my 7 ideas here today somewhat helpful. Now, not all of those are going to fit or be interesting or make sense to you, and that's okay, because we all enjoy the hobby of model railroading in our own way, and there are multiple paths to having fun and being successful. But if you can pick an idea or 2 here and get going and get restarted, then we both win. So sit back and relax a little bit, have some fun, and I'm going to share with you more confessions of a still reforming armchair model railroader, 7 steps to getting started, being active, and really enjoying the hobby. So let me start with this note. Are you like me? Strange thing about us model railroaders, we have this contagious disease. The thing is, our experience with a hobby is often more than just what we're doing with it, but it's actually down deep in our core, isn't it? It's part of our identity. Our self-awareness as human beings is tied up for some crazy reason in trains, in model railroading. And that allows us to have this experience that maybe we think of ourselves as model railroaders, as hobbyists, but maybe we're not doing a lot over long periods of time in our life. So that's kind of a strange thing. Now, I grew up in Texas, in the Houston area, on the southeast Gulf Coast, and trains were everywhere. Freight trains of the Southern Pacific, the Cotton Belt, the Katy, serving the petrochemicals industry and agriculture. I remember those long, rumbling freight drags of black tank cars and tan and gray covered hoppers. And I was entranced, like many of you were, at a very early age, 5, 6 years old, with all things trains and railroading. I had my first layout as I got introduced to model railroading, was probably 11 or 12 years old, right? And I had an HO scale Tyco set and then a plywood planes 4x8. And I didn't get much farther than that because, as many of us that have this sort of origin story about what happens when you become a teenager and you go to college and you get married and you have kids and all those kinds of things. But that leads to my first confession. I say I've been a model railroader without a railroad for 40 years. Now, the truth is, it's pushing 50 now. And I do have some modules now, but a long period of time still associating, still thinking of myself as a model railroader, but without a lot to show for it other than every couple of years I'd start to get interested again, buy some magazines, get some inspiration, but not get very far. Now, 1972, that's a long, long time ago. The Munich Olympics, the Nixon era, not the end of the space shuttle program, but the beginning of the space shuttle program, back when the Dow Jones was less than 2,000 points, right? A long time ago. And the question is why, right? Well, as I thought about that and sort of tried to unpack that myself, first of all, I'm a dreamer, and sort of unapologetically, right? So sometimes we think about being a dreamer as kind of the impediment to getting things done. Too much dreaming, not enough action. I certainly fall victim to that at times. But also, I enjoy this hobby a lot as an armchair railroader. And I think that's okay to say, right? So a lot of it is just the thinking and the inspiration and the reading and the research and the sort of pondering and wrestling with things. But if that's all you do get stuck at times. There are some other obstacles that I have experienced. Inexperience, not knowing what to do or how to do it. Investment of time and effort and money. Distractions and priorities, the story of life that happens, it gets in the way of what otherwise might be more and more hobby focused. Fear, the fear of making mistakes, of doing it wrong, of breaking things, of wasting money, of being made fun of. The search for perfection, the idea that somehow I need to figure everything out before I even get started. These are some obstacles I face, and I bet many of you did as well. What changed in my life as I got near to 50 years old, and that was 10 years ago, age, and starting to realize if I didn't get going and do something, I would run out of time. So age changed my motivation and my focus, and eventually my vision got a little bit more crystallized, and I became involved. And that involvement is a big part of the story here. I actually published an article, a first generation of this, Confessions of a Reforming Armchair Railroader, now, some 6 years ago or so. And so that was sort of my first iteration. And I have a new confession for you today as I've sort of moved through the last few years. And it is this: starts and stops are A-okay. In other words, realizing that there are kind of up and downs in the hobby, and that's a normal part of the cadence. Sometimes we're really involved in it. Other times, other things in our life happen, or we just get to where we need to set it aside for a while. So you don't have to be like cranking all the time in order to be enjoying this hobby. Starts and stops are okay because there is sort of a season for everything. But if you're interested in doing more and getting going and start leaning in to the hobby of model railroading more, let me share with you my 7 steps to action. Now, keep in mind that action here is a relative term, right? I know model railroaders who are super fast builders. They create, faster than I can even think. I'm not one of those. I tend to go slow, and I tend to think it, and sometimes I tend to overthink it. But action is a relative term. The idea is doing more than you're doing right now. Number 1, join. Now, I knew when I was 50 years old that I needed to join something, not because I wanted to have a lot more friends. I'm sort of an introverted and shy guy, but because I knew I needed to connect with some people that knew how to do something. I needed help. So asking, where is your local tribe? Where are the people who are like you? And for me, the first answer of that was in-track. I'm an in-scale modeler. I saw in-track layouts at shows and events around. And so I got involved with Northeast In-Track and the In-Track Club and met some people and started learning. I got behind the layout, if you will, underneath, got to look underneath, got to ask questions. And I was really searching for a lot of how-tos, and the In-Track organization's a great place for that. So I learned how to build a module. I learned how to do a lot of the wiring and all of those kinds of things, the bench work, the track laying. So it was very good for me as a how-to, but I also got into this community and started joining the camaraderie of railroading together. Here's some pictures from Winterfest. This is the big annual convention for in-trackers in the Northeastern United States that happens every year at the Amherst Show in Springfield, Massachusetts. Something I wasn't expecting, just a tremendous amount of fun and a really, really big layout. In-track is one of the places that you can go and run really, really long trains, and that's something that's always been a lot of fun for me. The big game changer in joining in my world was joining the NMRA. And I joined the NMRA and the Northeastern region here and the hub division in and around Boston. And this has been kind of the real transformational step for me. What do I think of when I think of the NMRA benefits? And you can go to the website at nmra.org and sort of get the party line about all the benefits. But here's how I think about it. What does it mean to me and what do I get out of it? First and foremost, local meetings. It's like being a part of a club. We kind of don't use that term, but the division is sort of a club where your friends are, where your connections are, where you build sort of relationships that help you to do more in the hobby. Experts in experience, people you can ask questions to, people who can lend you their thoughts and their ideas, and a lot of times their hands as well. So learning from others. There's information resources like division and region newsletters. I myself was the editor of the regional newsletter here in the Northeastern region for a few years myself. The region convention is a gym that happens every year, and it's just an amazing experience and so much fun, kind of a long weekend. And I've been to 2 national conventions now, and that too. I mean, what could you say about a week of immersive focus in model railroading, other than it takes a whole week? But that has been an incredible benefit to me. There is, of course, a national magazine and other information that comes out. The achievement program, I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, but this is a big part of my experience and my benefits, if you will, being a part of the achievement program. There's the new partnership program where you can save money through the discounts of manufacturers and vendors that are offering special kind of incentives to NMRA members. There is event liability insurance. We all sort of benefit from that. And so if you go to trade shows and other kinds of meets and other kinds of things like that, it's quite possible, even probable, that thing is happening in part because of liability insurance. Standards and conformance, something that we all sort of benefit from, that there are people in the hobby who pay attention to those things and look for interoperability and stuff like that. And then finally, of course, it wasn't so obvious to me at the beginning, but it's become the central reason to join, and that is building friendships. Friendships for life. The most important friends in my life now are many of the people I've met in the hobby of model railroading. Here's just an example of kind of other things that happen as a part of being in the NMRA. And the hub division sponsors a big train layout each and every year at the Boston Museum of Science, and tens of thousands of people come in and touch and see the hobby of model railroading through this. And so just being a part of this NMRA family gave me a chance to be, with a lot of other folks, a part-time docent at the Museum of Science. What an amazing experience that was. Just one example. Here's a picture that you might look at and say, wow, this guy likes to take a lot of pictures of himself. Well, that may be true. It's kind of embarrassing, but here's a lot of selfies. But what I want you to see there is, this is me enjoying various different events in the hobby through the NMRA, and I'm smiling. Usually, when I'm involved in NMRA functions, I'm smiling. There's always areas of the organization that can be improved, things we can work on, sure. In general, it's about trains, it's about the hobby, and I've had a great time. How do I do the math here? Here's how I personally think about the benefits, because this question comes up all the time, sort of what do I get for my dues, right? So in 2020, the dues are going to be $82, right? So $82. Now, here's kind of how I think about it. Your math might be different, but here's my feeling. The magazine, you can opt out of the magazine, and the value there is $32. I might pick a different number, but since you can actually opt out and not get that, you can have a membership without the magazine for $50. So that has an intrinsic value of $32. I pay, in my mind, $25 a year to be a part of the local club, the division. And that's a bargain because I get a lot out of that. I get about a $15 benefit for the regional convention every year because I get to pay a member rate. I pay $25 in my mind's eye to be involved in the achievement program. And that's a bargain because I get lots and lots of information, support, and help from modelers who really know what they're doing. I get about $50 worth of benefits in the partnership program because these are things I would have otherwise bought anyway, but now I'm getting a 10 or 15% discount, sometimes even more. And so that too adds up in terms of accruing benefits. I get $15 or so of benefit in insurance because I go to 3 or 4 things each year that probably wouldn't happen if the NMRA liability insurance program wasn't available to so many different groups. And I write a check in my mind every year for about $20 to support the national mission, right, of education and standards and connectivity and promoting the hobby and all of those kinds of things. And when I add all that up, I don't come up with $82, but I come up with $182. So in my math, I'm way ahead. Now, you might think of that differently, but there is so much that you can get out of this if you join and get involved. So my sort of vision is that I would always say, and all the people around me would always say, it's the best money I spend all year. And a lot of it is, of course, what you make of it. Now, joining, there's lots of other things. I've talked about Interact. I've talked about the NMRA. I've also been members of various things over the years too, the N-Scale Enthusiast Organization, the Anthracite Railroads Historical Society. That's the part of the country I'm most interested in modeling today. OPSIG about operations, more on that in a minute. This year in particular, I've leaned in a lot and learned a lot from listening to the various different podcasts in our hobby. So there's a lot more that you can join into. So let me say this in wrapping up this idea. If you're doing model railroading by yourself, you're doing it wrong. Now, that might sound controversial and you might disagree with me, and I'm just trying to poke you in the eye. If you are doing this all by yourself as a lone wolf in your basement, that's okay, if that's really what you want. But I want you to think about the various benefits that you can get and give by joining in with others. It wasn't obvious to me 10 or 12 years ago that this was a real social hobby and that I needed to join things so that I could have more friends. Again, I joined originally because I was looking for help. But what I have learned so much here is that this is a very social hobby and your experience in it is much, much richer when you do it with others. So I do stand by this today. If you're doing it by yourself, you're doing it wrong, or at least you're missing some of the great opportunity that is there. Number 1, join. Number 2, plan. All right, you need to have a bit of a plan here, and not just a track plan, but a sort of a hobby plan. Now, Dwight Eisenhower said a long time ago that plans are nothing and planning is everything. Plans are nothing and planning is everything. What he meant there was the process of thinking through and thinking out, I think, like a chess game. What am I doing now, and how is that going to impact what I want to get a year out, 2 years out, or 5 years out? The plans themselves change, and sometimes the conditions around them change so that they're no longer relevant, and you got to keep moving on, right? You're building your layout, and you start to get stuck and realize what you wanted to do, you can't do. That doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the planning process. You just need to adapt and change. So the idea is to keep thinking, futuring, planning your sort of road ahead. Here's my 5-year 2025 model railroading plan, and the details here are less important than the general idea, but you can see if you were to read down through that, I'm building a set of in-track modules right now, and with the idea of getting the NMRA Golden Spike kind of achievement through that. So planning what I needed to do on those modules to achieve that sort of entry-level recognition in the NMRA. I'm working today on a new revised website and a blog and even a podcast, if I can pull that off, because I've learned how much fun these things are to listen to, and would like to, if I can, participate in that, in sort of showing all of the people who are in the hobby and who've made such an important contribution in my life. I'm working on a T-track idea here that I think has a really important sort of initiative in the future of our hobby. That's tabletop modeling. I have a Fremo in-scale module plan. I'll show you just quick pictures of these in a minute here. Again, thinking ahead, planning. This one is designed to help me achieve the civil and electrical engineering certificates. And then down the road, I will think about rolling stock, and I will think about the scenery certificate and building a piece of my home layout to achieve that. I'm thinking all along that someday that MMR thing is out there. And so that's a big part of my plan. So just some quick pictures. Here's my Take two, I call them in-track modules. I have a whole different clinic about this and the idea of what I learned through building my first in-track module. So now I'm building a new set here. And the general idea, the kind of concept is interchangeability. So I have these various different components. The POFF means plain old 4-footer. That's a 2x4 standard in-track module. Then there's a 3-foot corner. Then there's an 8-foot module in 2 pieces. And the idea here is they're all interchangeable, so I can take them in various different pieces, and I could provide layout options, as you can see here, 3-foot, 4-foot, 7-foot, 8-foot, 11-foot, 12-foot, or 15-foot, whatever the layout coordinator needs. So interoperability, interchangeability is sort of the big idea, and that's what I'm working on now. I got a couple pictures of that in a minute. This is my Traces of Texas Memories T-track plan. Haven't built this yet, but I'm looking to do that sometime this winter. Again, to kind of support an idea of building T-track modules across our region so that we can sort of throw those in the back seat, go to conventions and meets together and build a tabletop railroad. I think there's a great future for tabletop railroading in all scales. This happens to be in N. Here's a picture of my Fremo in-scale module plan. It's maybe perhaps a little bit hard to see here. It's about 25 feet long. It's an engine facility, a terminal facility, and it is designed with that civil engineer and electrical engineering requirements in mind. So this too is another big project that I have hopefully to start here in probably about 3 or 4 months from now and start working on those 2 certificates. Pretty excited about that. Design in Rail Modeler Pro on the Mac. Planning to make a plan is not a plan. Planning to make a plan is not a plan. So there is a tremendous amount of momentum and success that comes out of just writing it down. Just write it down, figure it out, write it down, draw these track plans out. They don't have to be sort of, finished, but get them on paper and start committing to where it is you're heading. So number 1 was join. Number 2 was plan. Number 3, build. Build something, right? Build something. You don't have to build a basement empire in order to accomplish. And in fact, if you start out that way, that's probably a mistake. Build a module, build a diorama, build something small. Now this picture here kind of is a little bit hard to see. So this is a 12-foot long module, and you see it sort of broken in the middle in 2 pieces, 6 feet in each one. There are 2 design elements in my first in-track module that were important. And again, I had to describe it because it's a little bit hard to see. On the upper right, and kind of at the right end of the module, the idea was 2 train tracks would come across the main line on a bridge, and there's sort of a mountain or a hill in that corner as a seam break. Then on the lower left, sort of a similar thing. There's a big wide river. The main line goes over on bridges. Then there's a mountain or hill on that side. And the idea was to frame out this module so that it made one layout design element, one scene all by itself, sort of separated from the rest of the idea. So that was sort of idea number 1. Idea number 2, the in-track is a 3-track standard. I didn't really like the idea of the way that looked, the 3 tracks, and I just wanted 2. So my design was to move one of those 3 tracks a little bit away from the others, kind of separate those. And maybe you could see that here. Here's the 12-foot module. Now, in my Take 2 clinic, I talk about why this was really a mistake. These were not interchangeable. The 3 pieces have to go together, and it's frankly just too much. It was too much to bite off as a first project, and it's a lot to carry around. And eventually we sold our minivan, and I can't actually get these 3 modules into the SUV we bought to replace that. So that's problematic, and thus the kind of interchangeable idea behind my Take 2 modules. Here it is over on the right. This is that mountain kind of coming together, and there'll be a bridge coming over the main line there. You can see a little bit of the separation of the 3 tracks here. One track is a little farther away. There's the big river coming together. By the way, when I poured the Envirotex in there, it weighed 1 million pounds. So there's another lesson learned. Going through the tunnels, there's the break kind of coming together over there. And you can get a sense of the separation here so that it looks like a double track main line, I hope, rather than a triple, at least in the middle of the module. That's what the modules look like underneath. Remember, this was my first project, so everything I did here is the first time I did it. So it was really quite an accomplishment for me, and I felt pretty happy as I got things done along the way. Here it is in the first show. I ran it in probably about, I don't know, 50 or 60% of the way done. I got this module set done to about 80% or perhaps 90%. Almost everything was done. And then, as often happens, I started realizing there were a lot of things about it that I didn't really like. You know, it wasn't quite there, but that's what happens. When you get going, you get started, you feel, you just learn a lot along the way. And as you look backwards, you think, I've got to do that over again. So many modelers have told me that over the years. Just keep pressing ahead because you're learning and you're growing, and you just start over, and it's no big deal. So here I am starting over. This is that plain old 4-footer, and then the 3-foot standard corner, and here I am about to lay cork and track. Here are some pictures, a little bit of how that looks today. Track is down and weathered. The feeder wires are dropped. I've built a lot of these structures that are going, and most of this is an industrial area, so it'll mostly be kind of asphalt, but that's the next thing to kind of begin to put in the scenery there. So I'll have these modules up and running by the end of the year. So the idea here, number 3, build something, and ideally build something small. I wish somebody had told me right at the beginning, just build a 4-foot module, or even smaller, a diorama, a little shelf layout. Build something and play with it because you learn so much, and you don't want to overwhelm yourself with just what's required. Number 4, assemble something, kind of like building, but here I'm thinking about kits, right? And the funny thing about this is it's kind of a duh, but here I am building my first 3 structures. They're DPM kits. Many of you may recognize those, or perhaps you have this Combat book on basic structure modeling, which was very helpful to me. And, you know, this is just basic sort of 101 stuff, but I had to discover myself just how much fun it was to build these basic kits. Here's a few of those first ones that I put together. So I encourage all of you, if you haven't done even these basic kind of things, just do it. Just buy a few of these kits. They're $10 or $15 each, and they're just so much fun. And I kind of learned, just like I did when I was 12 or 13 years old, how much fun it was creating stuff rather than just having them all stacked up in the closet. I also bought some of this kind of stuff at train shows. I think I got all 5 of these kits for less than $12 or something like that. They needed to be kind of fixed up or glued back together, and then I repainted them off. So for $10 or $12, that doesn't look too bad. And those went on to my module as well. Here I am a couple of months ago building some of these Walther's kits for the new modules. At one point, they were all over the kitchen table, and you know what happens when you do that. Here they are on the layout. Again, just kind of basic kits. There's not anything too sexy here, but I had a ton of fun building these. I think there are 12 or 13 of them, and it took me a couple of months, and I was really, really engrossed in that. Super lot of fun. Similarly, here I am kind of rediscovering how much fun it is to put together Athearn blue box kits, all basic stuff. And I did this quite a bit when I was 13 years old, but I haven't done hardly anything since. So just kind of rediscovering how much fun it is. Now today as an adult, I've also learned about what everybody else has done, right? So, replacing the couplers and putting in metal wheels, and even changing out the roof walks, or carving off the molded on stuff and putting in special details. There's so much that you can do to play around with these. And even if you invest some time and money in them, you might be up to about maybe $20 a car. The things that are being created today are beautiful, beautiful cars, but a lot of them are quite expensive. So just rediscovering, if this is something that you haven't done in a while, or perhaps you've never done if you're relatively new, get yourself some of these blue box kits. You can go to a train show. Can't do that right now, but soon we will be able to. And you can buy them for $8 or $10 or something like that each. It's just a lot of fun. I'm gonna add some of the details to these and weather them up, and it'll be part of my Golden Spike Challenge as well. Number 5, achieve. Number 5, achieve. So what do I mean by that? And I've mentioned this Golden Spike, which is really the NMRA's kind of introductory sort of pathway, just to get you started. For people who already have a layout, most of the things that would be in these requirements are pretty basic, but to help sort of motivate building a module, The pretty basic stuff. You need to build and display some rolling stock. You need to create a little bit of a module, just 8 square feet. So that's a 2x4. Construct some structures, install some track, make sure that you can operate 2 trains, put a different electrical feature. These are basic sort of things. But going after that golden spike kind of helped me stay motivated to get these modules done, which I wanted done anyway, because I want to participate with my friends in the NMRAx club. Here's the NMRA Achievement Program. You may or may not be familiar with this. And if you're not, I would encourage you to go to the website to get it all right at nmra.org. But the general idea here is that you want to earn achievements, certificates in 7 different areas. There are 11 to choose from. The golden spike, which is on there, is really not a part of the achievement for MMR. That's Master Model Railroader. I like to call it MMR because I can't imagine ever being a master at anything. But here are the ideas and the opportunities, and you're looking for a minimum of 7 of those. Here's kind of where I stand. I've accomplished 2 of them, the green ones, volunteer and official. I have 2 others that I'm almost done with, just another month or so away from finishing up author and chief dispatcher, which is about operations. Then when I build this Fremo module, I'll have, and remember, it's designed to help me with civil engineer and electrical engineer. And then kind of down the road, I still have to do sort of the, if you will, the hard part, the building of scenery and building scratch-built cars and things like that. So there's a lot ahead of me. But again, I have a plan and I'm working, and these achievement certificates are helping to keep me focused and motivated along that pathway. That might not be for you. It's not for everybody. I get that. But it is, I think it's probably for more people than know it, right? So the more people we can get talking about this, the more interesting it is going to be to some of you. All right, number 6, operate. Operate. If you haven't operated, this is my commercial for doing that. Big trains and little trains have something in common, and it's not just how they look, but it's what they do. It's their purpose. And it turns out, and I learned this, by doing, that playing with trains is one heck of a lot of fun. Playing with the trains, not just building them, not just creating the scenes, but actually operating the trains was a game changer, very transformational for me. If you are an operator, then this is a scene that would look familiar to you. You're in the layout room. The superintendent, in this case, Bruce Robinson, who's over on the far left, is giving instructions to the crew before an operating session. These are a lot of my friends from the hub division up to operate on this railroad. So this is kind of a familiar sort of thing, a familiar place for some of us. And if you haven't done it, I really want to encourage you, when we get back out and start connecting with one another, to look into this, because it is just a tremendous amount of fun. Here's me at the dispatcher's desk, the very, very first time I ever did that. Didn't mess things up too bad. Here's a little more familiar place for me. Here, working a yard. There are operating weekends all throughout the year that you can get involved in. And go spend a whole weekend and operate on 3 or 4 different railroads. We have one called Rail Run in New England in the spring in most years. They happen at the regional conventions in the NMRA and many other places. So that's just an example of the kind of things that you can do to operate. I have also had some unexpected opportunities at the Kansas City National Convention. I got a chance to operate on this Operations Roadshow portable modular layout, which was a lot of fun, and then turned out to be the last time it was offered because the layout owners retired right after that. So that was an unexpected opportunity and just a tremendous amount of fun. Here's a slide that kind of gives you a little picture of what it's like today, right in this moment. And I'm relatively new at this dispatching thing, but here I am as a dispatcher today, and I'm sitting in Massachusetts. The model railroad that I'm dispatching is physically located in Texas. The prototype that's being modeled is actually in Africa. The fellow who's teaching me how to do the dispatching is in Scotland. That's a little bit of a vignette about what we're doing today in this hobby, and it's just amazing. Actually, dispatching remotely is a little bit more prototypical, I think, feels more prototypical than sitting in the layout room. In order to facilitate all of that, this particular layout has live control panels on the web looking at turnout selection and locations of trains. We're sharing paperwork using Google Sheets. We're talking to one another on a phone app for walkie-talkie called Zello. We have a video chat going on Wherebeat in the background in case we have sort of troubleshooting. I mean, we're using technology, and all of this is working, and I didn't have anything to do with it. I was just invited into this world to be a newbie learning dispatcher, and it has just been a super lot of fun. Number 7, share. All right, so what can I share? And that's an encouragement to all of you. Well, you can share your time, your attention, and your ideas. Your time, your attention, and your ideas. What does that mean? You know, volunteer, get engaged with other people, get engaged with activities, and contribute something. John, can I contribute? You bet you can. You just start somewhere. Here's my first achievement certificate is for a volunteer, and I'm glad that I started there. 1, it takes a little while to get it, and 2, this is the way you kind of pay forward. You start in by helping others and supporting kind of the infrastructure around your local hobby scene, and also you get connected with everybody and you make friends and you learn who you can work with and who you can't, and you know who's got the kind of information you need. So starting there, I wish everybody that was involved in the program would kind of do this first, because it was so helpful to just better understand what's around, who's around, and how to get going. I have been, for the last 6 years now, the president of the Northeastern region of the NMRA up here in the Northeastern US and in Eastern Canada. It has been a lot of fun, a lot of work at times, but a true honor. And it's just been another great way to stay very, very connected and engaged with lots and lots of talented people. There's all kinds of ways today that we can connect with the gang. And in this moment that we're sort of stuck at home more than normal, it's ironic, but all kinds of opportunities have blossomed to help us get even more connected with one another. Of course, NMRAx is kind of the platform here that has really busted that wide open, I think, and it's just a tremendous evolution in our hobby. I mentioned earlier, I've spent quite a bit of time this year, for the first time, listening to different podcasts. It wasn't something I was sort of paying much attention to. There's so much stuff on Facebook today, so much stuff on YouTube. Our Intrac group has started a monthly Zoom meeting. We're going to have in the NER an NERX convention here on the 1st of December. I want you to come and be a part of that with us and offer all of the kinds of things, clinics and layout tours and all of that. There's a lot of opportunities to connect with the gang, even though we are mostly staying remotely here today. And contribute, who, me? Yeah, because if you think small and start small, there's opportunities everywhere. You can do as little as posting a photo to one of the Facebook groups or sites, or just commenting on the photo posted by somebody else. You can write an article for your local club's newsletter or your local division or a magazine. There's so much. See, our world has changed so much. It's transformed away from just a few people and a small pipe to just a couple of national magazine publications to now an explosion of content and an explosion of places, destinations for that content. You can speak on one of these Zoom meetings. Everybody's looking around for more content to share with one another. Local divisions are in various different ways sort of figuring out how to do these things remotely that we used to do in person. There are clinics and all kinds of opportunities there. I never knew as a newbie modeler that I'd have that sort of opportunity, but I think I've given 3 or 4 clinics now at regional conventions, and I've even given 2 clinics at national conventions. Just, a few years ago, I would have thought that was way beyond my abilities. You can start a blog about your hobby. Many of you are out there, have great content that we're all enjoying looking at. And of course, you can do a podcast or a YouTube channel, and I'm looking myself at that this year as well. So here's a quick recap. My 7 steps. Remember, you don't have to buy in all 7 of them, but maybe 1 or 2 of them will help you kind of get going in and enjoy your hobby more. Join in, make yourself a plan, build something, ideally small, like a modular diorama, assemble some kits, either building structures or cars. Take a look at the achievement program, and if not that, set your own goals to work towards achieving. Get involved in operations, particularly when we have a chance to sort of connect with each other live again, and share your story and your experience and your gifts with other people. Do 1 or 2 of these resonate with you? Peter Drucker, the management guru, said once even the most grandiose strategies must eventually degenerate into work. So let's get out of the armchair and start doing something. Start small and keep moving forward, and then pretty soon you have some momentum. So that's a question for you and I. What'll it be? Will we join these rail barons of history and build something that we're really proud of, or get stuck in the armchair, paralyzed by inexperience or inaction or fear or the search for perfection? No, just get going and get moving and make something happen. As Yogi Berra once said, when you come to a fork in the road, take it. Don't overanalyze. Just decide which way you're going to go and go. It's always a work in progress. I like to say my dreams keep growing all the time. As I thought about all these different modules and taking those to shows and different parts of the hobby that I'd like to participate, I realized, I'm going to be moving around a lot. I need to travel in style. So here's my current picture of the trailer and I need to have something to pull the trailer. So this is me in the future headed to the next show. Just be careful out there. Ours is a dangerous, dangerous hobby. And if we're not too careful, we can sit around and not get anything done. Just kind of kidding here, but take a risk, step into it, make something happen, share it with the rest of us, and stay safe out there. Thank you very much for listening. I hope this was helpful to you and will provide a little inspiration. If you'd like to talk to me more, you can reach me at john@jdoring.com. That's john@jdoring.com. Thanks so much. Bye now.
Oh, welcome back. Thanks, John, for that wonderful video. And before we get into the questions, I want to say that I've been an armchair modeler for probably 10 years when I started out. I started out when I was a kid. I got interested with my grandpa. He had a train set. And then when I went to college, just didn't have a space or anything to do it and didn't really get into it till I got this workshop built. And I got to say, I just want to tell everybody and urge everybody to get involved and find an NMRA group. If you think that it's not valuable to you, you don't know till you get into it. And I've built so many friendships, and I can go to operating sessions thanks to Speed, invite me to that, and it's just opened up the hobby to me, and then connecting with people virtually like this too. It's been great. So I just want to encourage everybody to get there. You only get out of it what you put into it. That's what I've figured out. So
that's right. Yeah, agreed. Absolutely.
So we'll jump into the questions here. Chris Lyon asks, is the Selkirk Leafs out of business?
I think
Not sure what they bet for
that might pertain to the clinic that came before, maybe.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. We'll start over here. So, so would the 6 steps be easier?
What?
That's what the question is here. So,
would 6 steps be easier?
Yeah. I guess.
Actually, we have a peanut gallery today, huh?
Yeah. All right. Moving on. So if somebody's interested in joining NMRA, who should they talk to?
Joining the NMRA, probably 2 different ways there. The first thing I would do is encourage you to connect with somebody locally. So if you know anything about where you are and what your local NMRA division is, that would be the best thing to do, is to reach out for a division contact. Now, if you don't know what division you'd belong to or how to do that, then the second thing would be to go to the website at nmra.org, and you could either call somebody at national, or you can get on the page that sort of shows the map and the regions. And as a region president, I get contacted fairly regularly by people who are trying to get connected up. Just talk to anybody in the NMRA. We're kind of a pretty well-connected family, and you're only one or two steps from getting to the right person, so it shouldn't be hard there. Yeah.
So is T-Track only for N scale? Do other scales use a tabletop standard?
T-Track was designed originally in N scale. It's an idea that comes from Japan. And so mostly there's a correlation there. And actually the words T-Track refer specifically, I think it's either copyrighted or trademarked, specifically to N scale. But there are groups developing in other scales, particularly Z. That's called T-Track Z. And I've seen some HO modeling there as well. So there may be, I'm kind of fascinated by this because as a longtime modular railroader, lugging those big modules around and taking all the time to connect them up and all of that is some effort. It's usually worth it, but it's some effort. But this tabletop thing where everything you throw it in the back seat and you kind of snap them together when you get there and you're up and running in 10 or 15 minutes. I think that's going to be really transformational. Now, when you get bigger than HO, then the modules themselves are kind of big and you're sort of beginning to lose some of that portability. So I don't know what'll happen, but today you can model in N, Z, and HO at least with these kind of tabletop. And so I think we're going to see more and more of that just because it's so easy and because so many of us aren't driving minivans anymore. So we kind of grow out of, if you're in that age group where you're sort of growing out of hauling the kids around. Yeah.
Well, I see this movement lately of, when we read Model Railroader, when I've been reading it for so long, you see these big layouts in people's basements, Empire basement fillers.
Right.
I see a movement a lot lately, especially watching YouTube channels out there. They're going to more smaller shelf layouts, modular layouts. And, I think that might be one reason why a lot of people don't get off the armchair is they see these big layouts and thinking like, well, I don't have the space for that. And then they try to wait around and never do. And, to me, the TOMA, the one module approach, Fremo, now the T-Track, it's a great way just to get modeling and just concentrate on a smaller section. You can get more done and actually get something accomplished that way too. So.
Yeah, one of the things that I think dissuaded people from thinking about T-Track or similar kinds of standards is that they didn't like the look of that kind of plastically Kato Unitrack. At the Kansas City convention, the best in show module was a T-Track module, just proving that if you put a little time and effort into it, you can really make it look pretty nice. Another thing, sort of building on what you said, is I found through many, many operating sessions, this is another way, when you go and operate on somebody's layout, it's quite common to find yourself realizing you just spent 3 hours working in a little bitty tiny section of, a yard or a small industrial area. And I always come away from those with just what you said, which is, man, you don't need a whole basement here. You just need something, right? So I agree with you 100%. Smaller is better, I think.
So getting into operations, how would you recommend getting started in that? What's a good way to get involved?
Again, this is another thing that I think you just get kind of connected, and you start finding opportunities. So what happened to me, it worked so well, was just getting involved in a local division. It's not going to be too long if you're involved before somebody says, "Can you help me with something?" You keep raising your hand and volunteering at a show or to help with something, and pretty soon you get connected. I was fortunate that in my division we had regular kind of operating for beginners kinds of invitation little things, and one thing leads to another. As I said in the presentation, recently that led to me doing this remote dispatching and meeting a whole bunch of folks that I didn't know, and so it kind of snowballs a little. I think you could also kind of look at OpSig and find out where some of those invitational meets. But
Cool.
this is just another one of those things where if you're interested, just ask questions.
Yeah.
Who knows who, right?
All right.
There's a lot of us, and the more you get in, the more you get into that, the more people start thinking of you and getting you involved in more of it.
Do you know of any T-Track groups in New York City?
I don't, but you can go to the T-Track websites and find out pretty quickly where they are. And one thing I found about T-Track is there are a lot more of them than I thought there were. So I'm sure, T-Track kind of was brought back from Japan by Lee Fitzgerald Monaco, the wife of the guy behind N-Track. So for a long time, those have been, really closely connected. So a lot of T-Trackers are people who have been in the N-Track family for a long time and are kind of moving over to that tabletop standard. So go to the N-Track website and look around. There's also a couple of T-Track websites, and you'll be able to find that person wherever that group is in New York.
Cool.
Absolutely.
So, the NMRA's got a few achievement. They have the achievement program, and they also have the Golden Spike, which is kind of designed as an entrance to get your foot in the hobby and get something done and feel accomplishment. How long does it take to earn the Golden Spike award?
Well, I guess that depends on where you are. I guess there are two. I'm working on mine right now, and I showed the two modules in the presentation that I'm doing that. So for me, that'll be a kind of a 6-month project going from start to finish. But quite commonly, people who already have a layout and have been in the hobby for a while have really met all those qualifications, and it's just a matter of kind of showing that to somebody. So if you already have a layout and you've built some car kits and structures over the years, the chances are you probably have already earned that Golden Spike. And it's designed to be a kind of a not a super high bar, but just a way to kind of test it out, get some motivation. But for me, it was a driver to say, hey, I'm going to build a module anyway. What are those requirements? And as I suggested in the presentation, I'm kind of like that. I get I call that external or extrinsic motivation, right? I want to achieve something other than just building something. So I find out what I want to do, and then I look and see, well, how do I get the requirements of those something like the Golden Spike to fit into that? And and it pushed me to do a couple things in there that I probably wouldn't have done, like wire up an extra piece of electronics, that kind of thing. Yeah. But it's designed to take just a few months, I think. Yeah.
Well, and going along with like the achievement program, you don't have to build a huge layout just to do the program. You could do the module approach or even the T-Track approach, or do multiples of them to do like your scenery. You like an HO scale, you have to do 32 square feet of scenery. It doesn't have to be all one module. It can be separate modules. So
I've heard over the years a lot of times. I think a lot of people on the outside looking in, they kind of think about the achievement program as though I call it the Lifetime Achievement Award perspective, right? It's like you toil away in your basement forever, and then somebody shows up one day and bestows this award on you. And that, of course, that does happen. That people don't really think about the program until quite a long time in their modeling. But that's not really what it was designed for. I think it was designed for people along the way to go, hey, I should try this, or maybe I should do that, or I wasn't thinking about that, but and to expand out into new areas. And you're right. If you could just earn the whole thing in a pretty small space. It's not about that big empire. Getting back to what you had suggested earlier. And today, less is more again. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Well, John, I think we're going to call that a wrap for this session. We've got to do some back-end work and on the control side. So thanks, John, for being on, and hopefully we can motivate people to get out and get active in the hobby some more here. So
thanks very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right, welcome back. We have our next clinician ready to present his topic of choice here for us. John Doring, our last clinician, is going to be co-hosting with us, so he'll be helping us with questions here at the end of the presentation. Our next clinician has been building Craftsman style kits for over 8 years. He is first introduced at the NMRA hands-on clinic building in a one-car garage from railroad kits. He was hooked and continued building kits, eventually started scratch building. His scratch building Waterbury Pin Company won numerous first place awards, including the RMC Award at the 2017 NMRA convention in Orlando, Florida. He will now show you some basic building techniques that can help you when building your first Craftsman kit. Welcome, Ron Poidamani.
Thank you. Appreciate it. The title of the presentation is going to be on the manufacturer's railroad, not the Craftsman kits. But that's all right.
All right. Sorry about that.
No, that's
got
okay.
the wrong information there.
No problem. No problem. All right. So I have a lot of information to cover, so we're going to jump right into it. I want to thank the NMRA for allowing me to do this presentation today. And let's get started. All right. So before I even start, I want to acknowledge some organizations, some people for helping me with this presentation. I wanted to thank the New Haven Railroad Historical and Technical Association. They produce a magazine called Shoreliner, and I used this particular issue, volume 38, issue 3, was very helpful and for me to not only do the research for this layout, but actually design a lot of the things in this layout. Or also Cornell University, which I got some of my pictures from. A good friend of mine, Rick Abramson, John Grossner, Chris Adams, and also Lee Carlson for helping me with not only with materials, but also photos. So we're going to start with an outline. We're going to start from ruins to concept. Historical facts, recent area photos, layout construction, design, and research, operations, and then future layout plans.
Hey, Ron, would you be able to hit the play slideshow so that way we could see your slides full screen?
Oh, okay. Give me 1 second.
Just play from current slide right there. Yeah, that should do it.
You got it?
It's probably opening up in a new window, which you need to share instead.
Do I need to share it on my end?
Yes, you need to share the big presentation and not.
Okay, let me try this again. Do you see it
There
now?
we go. Yeah, that's great.
Okay. We'll go back to the outline. All right, you see the presentation now?
Yes, we do.
Okay, great. All right, so on the outline, let's start over with the outline really quick. We're going to go from ruins to concept, historical facts, recent area photos of the area, layout, construction, design, research, operations, and also future layout plans. So basically what happened, in 2018, my wife and I decided to sell our old home and move into a larger home. And but unfortunately, that meant that the layout that I had, which wasn't designed to be moved, had to be moved. And with the clock ticking, I only had 2 days to get the old layout out and then have the room redone into a den. So Super Bowl night was when the destruction happened. And when you have a layout that's not designed to move, not much of it is going to survive. Fortunately for me, not a lot of the track work was scenic, so I was able to salvage a lot of that. But the only sections that survived were the street running and my Oak Point yard. So In May 2019, we actually moved in March. In May 2019, I started doing the initial plans. And I was trying to incorporate what sections survived from the old layout. And what I wanted to do was put my workbench underneath the layout and just have like a small switching layout, a modern switching layout, believe it or not, up on top. So June of 2019, I had some type of layout design, was basically done. The new benchwork was going up, and the idea went from a modern day to the manufacturer's railroad. And a good friend of mine, Rick Abramson, basically gave me this idea, and I ran with it, and I'm glad I did. So the picture on the left shows my old layout, and then unfortunately, there was so much wiring. It was a DC layout, then it went to DCC, and I just had to start cutting wires. So when we talk about ruins, that's what I meant about ruins. Unfortunately, not much survived. So let's just talk about some historical facts. If you're going to work on something that's prototypical, you want to do some research. And after doing this research of the area, what I found was that New Haven, Connecticut was serving as an important part of the Southern New England manufacturing industry. And these manufacturing industries actually were built around its rivers and harbors. So the first rail service was provided by the Hartford and New Haven Railroad in 1838. And this was accomplished by entering the city from the north and running down the Mill River all the way down to Bell Dock. 10 years later, in 1848, the New York and New Haven Railroad entered the city from the west. And all the trains that serviced the Bell Dock and the Manufacturers Railroad came out of Cedar Hill Yard. If anybody's familiar with Cedar Hill Yard, this picture, this map that I have, that is just a small section of Cedar Hill. Cedar Hill was a massive, massive yard that the New Haven had. They had 2 roundhouses. It was an incredible area to see. There's many books on it, and there's many pictures of what Cedar Hill looked like, and it's incredible to see how many tracks are actually in there. So one of the issues that the industries are having is that when they were on both sides of the Quinnipiac, they were basically isolated from rail service. So if you remember what I said earlier, the rail service was on the other side of the river, and it went down from Mill River down to Bell Dock. So you had all these industries that were forced to move their goods by horse and wagon to Bell Dock. Some of the industries on River Street, to include Bigelow Boiler, National Pipe Bending, and the Quinnipiac Brewery, wanted rail service. So what they did is they incorporated the Manufacturers Street Railway in 1893, June 23rd, 1893. The line ran from Mill River Junction through the city streets of Fairhaven section, New Haven. And also with this, when they incorporated it, part of the charter was that they were allowed to electrify the line. So here's a photo, early photo of the Manufacturers Railroad. This is on River Street. This building is still here, still in existence. And then the building behind it, that's the National Pipe Bending Company. That is still in existence. All right. They're not, based on the photos that I saw, they're no longer in business, but the actual structure is still there. So these are the boilers that they would make and then ship out. So again, if you look at this map, the yellow marker there on the map represents where the Bigelow Boiler Company was, and the blue circle represents Bell Dock. So they had to move their boilers all the way to Bell Dock, and so that's why they wanted rail service. So when the trains would come into Mill River Junction, there were some tracks to set the train on, plus a switchback. The way they had it set up, only 8 to 10 cars at a time could be brought down to the Manufacturers Railroad. And in some cases, when you had daily switch outs of 30 to 40 cars, you can imagine how long the days were for the crews. And the next map is actually going to show where the switchback was, and that area is circled in yellow. So you can act, and this switchback is actually, and there's different maps of the manufacturer's railroad, and this switchback is in all the maps that I looked at. So can you imagine switching out 10 cars and then going back for more and coming back? So a lot of switching went on back when. There are some legal issues regarding the purchase of the property for the right of way. So the railroad actually had to wait till 1896 to start the grading process, and the first car ran in November of that same year. And the locomotive was built in 1893 in Lynn, Mass. And I'll show you a picture of that locomotive right now. May 12th, 1897, the name of the manufacturer's railroad, actually the name was changed to Manufacturer's Railroad. And as time went on, there was more demand for rail service. This led to more track and expansion of the line. And in 1907, the Manufacturer's Railroad was officially deeded to the New Haven Railroad. More additions came to the manufacturers, and they basically had 45 industries to switch out. Can you imagine how many industries are down in that area, but to switch out 45 is incredible. The last major track extension was made in 1947, and that extended from River Street to a scrapyard south of Grand Avenue. So adding more track and more businesses, they needed more power. So they actually used an 040 tank steam engine to handle carloads from Mill River Junction to River Street. And they also assisted in switching out the industries as needed. So since the line was electrified, the New Haven purchased two 30-ton Baldwin Westinghouse electric locomotives. That was number 3 and 4 in 1914. And in photos, you will see locomotives 5 and 6 were also used on the manufacturers. In some cases, when the heavier loads were hauled, they needed 2 locomotives. Unfortunately, one of the brakemen did die, and there was an accident involving one of the trolley poles. And when it happened when they were using it in multiple units. In 1948, the Connecticut Company ended trolley service, which became a problem for the New Haven because they decided to shut the power off in 1948, September 26th. So they tried to negotiate, but that failed, and they were mostly looking to switch to diesel at the time. And here's an example of what they would use as far as a 040 steam. And here is number 3 and 4, and these are considered EY1s. And you would also have EY1A, which is motors 5 and 6. And there's number 6. Here's a shot of one of the, I'm not sure what number this is. This is going over the Tomlinson River Bridge, hauling a string of tank cars. And then you have the trolley service alongside. I'm not sure what year the picture was taken. I think this was in the 60s, if I'm not mistaken. You have the S1 switcher pulling a string of tank cars, and you can see Interstate 95 there on the left. Here's motor number 6 down in River Street. Now the building in the back around there, that is an A&P warehouse. And again, here's another picture of the A&P warehouse. You can see along the left portion of the photo, you can see box cars that were brought in there. And also you have a Connecticut trolley sitting there as well. So when they turned the power off to the manufacturers, locomotives 3 and 4 were reassigned to Seaview Avenue in Bridgeport. Locomotive 6 remained on the property for a short time, and then it was reassigned. They thought when they turned the power off that the diesel was a better option. So the state of Connecticut granted permission for the railroad to operate 100-ton locomotives over the Thompson River Bridge, and this began the New Haven to test the GE 44 tonners. At the conclusion of the test, they were deemed satisfactory, but because of the tight curves that the manufacturers had, they needed swivel type couplers to be installed. Otherwise, they would have derailments. Also, additional locomotives that were used in the manufacture were S1s and HH660s. Now, the 660s were primarily assigned to Bell Dock and then the South End jobs. When there are heavier cars to be pulled, that's when the 660s were used. Here's a picture of a 44-tonner, 0812, and the AMP warehouse is in the background. Here's a shot of a 44-tonner going down River Street, and in the back you can actually see the AMP warehouse as well. Pretty cool scene to use, pretty cool photo to use when you're modeling. It's really nice to look at these pictures and see the old cars and stuff. And I believe that's a Ford Fairlane in one of the pictures there. Here's an example of this train or this locomotive was the 0900. This originally came down as a demonstrator, and the New Haven ended up buying it because they really liked how it performed. And I believe this is from the same picture earlier. This is the S1 that's hauling the tank cars down to Bell Dock. Now, these tank cars were, I believe they were property of the U.S. Army. So as you can see, there's a lot of research that goes into when you're modeling something, if you choose to do something prototypical. Now, the area does not look like it did back in the 40s, obviously. So what I did was I used Google and to look at some of the images or some of the areas that I wanted to see. And this is basically, you see Interstate 91 and 95. We're going to zoom in a little closer. And you have Interstate 95, and you have the Tomlinson Bridge right there. Now, just under the Q Bridge is Bell Dock Yard. So when you go in, and they're actually still using it to this day. So when you go in actually a little closer, you can see the hopper cars sitting in there. And I believe they're unloading salt at this transload facility. So then when you take a look at the street view, you can see the cars there. And a couple more. Here's a shot of Mill River Junction. And it's coming off the main. You can see there's like, looks like there's like some type of dirt piles there, but you can see the track going down. Now, what I found out, and if you're going to explore, do rail fanning, you have to be careful. Don't go near the tracks or anything like that. And hold on one second. So some of these places are not accessible, so it's good to use the Google Earth to see all these areas. And what they also show, in a picture like this, you can see the original tracks are still there and they're abandoned. And I'll show you a couple more. You can see how the overgrowth is there from the weeds. And then the next one will show you the actual little bridge that was there that went over Mill River. It's no longer used. Here's a aerial photo of the AMP on River Street. And then there is the Bigelow Boiler Company, what's left of it. Now, these pictures are courtesy of Lee Carlson, and right now the P&W switches out all the cars in this area. And here's a shot of the train going over the Tomlinson. This is the new Tomlinson River Bridge, and then you can see the new Q Bridge in the background. I think I have a few more to show you as well. And there we go. Now the building behind there was the old Saab building for Saab motor cars. And now it's the New Haven Terminal Company now sits there. So they bring in coil cars, tank cars, and gondolas, and I believe there's a brand new company in there, Safety Clean, and they're getting tank cars in there now. So it is a quite active area. This picture is from my friend, and he took this years ago, but this is the old A&P, and you can see the track still on the street. And here's the opposite side. And this is on River Street. The building to the right is the old Bigelow boiler, and then you have the National Pipe Bending Company as well. Okay, so now we're going to get into layout design. So this is what survived from my layout, and this is after I took it down and went to storage, and that's all that was left. And I'm really surprised that I wasn't expecting to be using that street running section that you see there, and I had no idea what I was going to do with it, but that's all I had left of the layout. So at some point I wanted to use this again in some way, and you can see my my dispatcher panel there as well. So what I did when I moved into the new house, I started lining up the sections to see what type of switching layout I can come up with. So I knew I was going to do the manufacturers, but I just tried to figure out how I was going to do it. So I started putting the sections together and seeing how they were going to fit. And then I started taking pieces of cardboard and then drawing out track plans and actually taking track and trying to configure to see how it was going to work. And I used templates and footprints of buildings and things like that. The problem is what I wanted to do and what I can fit, you know, it became a problem, and I actually had to extend the bench work a little bit. I really don't like extending it past where I can reach, but in this case, I had to make an exception. So I actually had to make the bench work just a little bit bigger. Now, the section that you see there right now, that is a brand new section that is going to be added to what I had. And so that was going to be primarily where most of the switching would happen on the layout. So June 2019, the bench work is going up. I still haven't unpacked, but I'm putting the layout up. And slowly but surely, I'm getting everything together. A good friend of mine from my train club helped me with the carpentry end, and then we started building it. So it was all L girder bench work, and we basically just took the sections and put them right up on top. And there's the old street run section going in. And you can see off to the right, just past the street running, there's two new sections right there. And then off to the left of the street running, a new staging yard was going to be going in. Got the backdrop in. And that's basically it as far as the layout goes. It's not that big. It's only 15 and a half by 6. So it is a small layout, but it has a lot of stuff, and we're going to get into that. So this was going to be the staging area, and I had no intentions of doing anything with this section, but just use it for this staging. I wasn't going to scenic it or anything. Well, that changed real quick. So I started adding lighting, and I bought the lights at Costco. So they work pretty well, actually. They're LEDs. And then I used the same material as I used on the old layout. I used 1/2-inch Homosoap, and then I screwed it to the 1/2-inch plywood. Now, working with Homosoap, if you're going to cut it, use a razor knife. If you use you can use a circular saw too, but it's going to make a terrible mess. But one important thing about Homosoap is you need to seal it And all the years I've been using it, I never had any problems with it as far as expansion goes, but I would highly recommend that you paint both sides of it and also along the edges. So here's the home soap going in, getting fitted in for, this is the staging area. And also for the regular bench work. So I started messing around with some backdrops, trying to figure out what was going to work. And I started picking up structures here and there. And then I'll show you in a second. Okay, so this was an expansion for staging that I put on. I decided that I changed my mind about the staging area. The staging is going to be a little bit more than just staging. It was going to be a yard, engine facility, and I added 3 more industries as well. So when I added the piece in, I was pretty excited of the way it was coming out. So it gives me a little bit more opportunity to switch and operate more realistically. And of course, I use the Homo soap on this section as well. All right. So the information on the layout, the era is New Haven, Connecticut, October 1948 to December 31st, 1968. HO scale, the smallest radius, 15 inches. It is a point-to-point operation. The size of the layout is 15.5 by 6. I'm using code 100 flex track, Pico switches, and Pico switch machines for the switches that do get powered. I do have 32 switches on this layout. The layout is powered by NCE DCC. Benchwork is L-girder. It stands at 53.5 inches high. And the reason for that, my original plan for this layout was I was going to put a workbench underneath it, but that changed, but that's all right. So the benchwork is tall. The Homo soap was used on the plywood, like I mentioned earlier. Certain sections were salvaged from the old layout. All the track and switches are recycled, except for some new ones. I did have a couple of switches that broke when I took them off the old layout, and basically I just needed to purchase some 15-inch snap track sections. The layout features 2 yards, 3 harbors, 4 runaround areas, and 15 industries for switching. So let's just go over the industries right now. So some of the industries that I used are prototypical names, and then some of them I added my own names to it. Bigelow Boiler Company, DuPont, New Haven Terminal Company. There will be a scrapyard. It's going to represent the scrapyard that was south of Grand Avenue. I'm not going to use the prototypical name. I'm going to call it my own name for that. Now, in the staging area, there's 3 industries. You have the scrapyard, New Haven Terminal Company, and then you have a third one. I just don't know what the name of that is going to be yet. We have A&P Warehouse. I have Osmond Sand and Gravel, which is named after a friend of mine. New Haven Wood Company, New Haven Gas Works, the REA building. I may change the name. I haven't decided yet. The National Pipe Bending Company will be on the layout. Seaboard Coal, Connecticut Steel. Handling Fuel. New England Steamship Company, they had at the end of Bell Dock, they had New England Steamship Company had a warehouse there. But I believe the time I'm modeling, that was no longer there. So what I'm going to do is I'm still going to build a New England Steamship Company, but I'm going to call it something else. And I'm thinking American Steel and Wire, because that was a pretty big industry that was down on the manufacturers. Additional prototype businesses names will be added as well. I have a whole list of them. But unfortunately, they're not going to have rail service. I just don't have the room to do it. In addition to the regular operations, I'm going to have a couple special moves, and then one of them is bringing fuel and sand to the fuel pad at the engine facility. It's not going to be a move I do all the time, but just to add some variety to the op sessions. All right. So when I did the research, I wanted to make this as realistic as possible. And if you're modeling something prototypical, which is great, and if you want to do it realistic, that's fine. But you have to consider what you want and then employ selective compression. Unfortunately, I think the biggest problem that we have as model railroaders is we never have enough space. So at some point we have to compress the scene. We have to compress it. So you have to figure out basically what you're willing to compromise on. So what I like to use is prototype photos, and I think it's an excellent way to duplicate a scene, whether you're trying to do a scene with buildings or just the way a scene looks like with dirt or scenery or anything like that. You want to do as much research as you can for your railroad, and it's always fun to find out something new, some new information on the area that you're modeling. Now, not everything is 100% prototype on the layout, which I'm good with. It's not a thing. It's not a big thing. But the main thing is to have fun when you're creating your railroad. All right. So one of the things that I was having a conversation with a friend of mine on the train club, and he was telling me that I was asking him, you know, I'm modeling the manufacturers. You know, I have a whole ton of 40-foot box cars and things like that. But did the New Haven ever bring down 50-foot box cars down there because of the tight curves? And he actually said, yes, they did do that. But because of the car's length, and to avoid derailments, what they did is they never coupled them, but they used a chain around each coupler so they wouldn't derail. So when I was looking at the pictures from Cornell University, I found this picture from Front Street. And lo and behold, to the right there's your 50-foot boxcar. And this is pretty cool that I found this. So there's a couple others out there like this as well. But just this whole scene, it would be cool to model. And in some way, I'm going to try to model the scene. I don't know how I'm going to do it, but I'm going to figure it out. But the whole scene, it's just really cool to see an area like this. And if you can imagine bringing cars in here way back when, or bringing railroad cars and all the traffic and the forklifts and everything else going on, it's pretty cool. One of the industries that I wanted to model, and I think I can, but it's in the background there, is the grocer's wholesale outlet. And you can see the main central boxcar being unloaded. So definitely a really cool picture. All right. So one of the maps that I used quite often was this one. Reference maps are great because they help you model. And when you look at the area, you have Bell Dock Branch and you have the manufacturers. They both came off the main line. And this map helped me a lot. It really did, just to get a feel for what the area would look like. And you can actually see the switchback on this map as well. So again, when I started using the prototype photos, this is a picture that my friend gave me of the A&P warehouse. You know, I'm trying to use some of the backdrop photo buildings that I have to simulate that building. So, you know, it looks pretty close to me. So I think I told myself I'm going to go with this. Here's a picture from the staging area. The building over to the right is the actual New Haven terminal company. And the yard is only 3 tracks. So it is a smaller yard. The maximum size train that I can run on this layout is only 6 cars at the most. So it's right in line with the prototype. So if I do have more cars I need to pick up, then it just adds more operation fun to it. So I am putting an engine house on this layout. Now the manufacturers did not have an engine house, but I'm going to put one here anyway. They service the engines over at the new L1 engine house in New Haven, at the New Haven facilities, because they're so close. So the manufacturers never had one, but For this layout, I'm going to put one. It's going to be a small little single engine house, single stall engine house, and I think that'll be fun. Now the tank car off to the left is a special move that I did, and that's a gasoline car, and that's to bring in fuel for the equipment. This is the staging yard. This is another picture of it. Again, I'm still this layout is brand new. I just finished wiring it about a month ago. So right now I'm in the testing phase of doing test op sessions. Everything is working perfectly, but everything is still just so new that I haven't had time to do any type of scenery yet. And here's another section. Here's a shot from the New Haven terminal sighting. I thought it was just a cool photo. The engine getting ready to switch it out. Hail and fuel sighting. I just put a couple cars in there in the sighting. I could fit 2 cars in there. There's a couple industries I put along the Quinnipiac. Again, everything is basically being just tested out just to make sure everything's going to fit. Here's the REA sighting. There is a tremendous amount of track work on this layout, but the way I set things up, it's hard to see it when all the buildings are on it. Here's the Connecticut Steel sighting. A lot of the track work is all blocked by buildings. So you actually, if you walk 2 feet to the right or to the left, the scene changes, and it's a totally different feel to it. Here's my version of the Tomlinson Bridge. The abutments are scratch built. It's just a 1/2-inch piece of plywood. I have track over it now. Those are the railings I'm going to use on it, and then I'm going to simulate the steel on the sides. I'm going to scratch build it with styrene, and I'm going to make it look like a lift bridge, but it's not going to lift, obviously. There's a test train just sitting on it. When I was installing this track work wasn't even wired, but I just couldn't wait to see a train sitting on the bridge, so I just set up a train really quick just to see what it looked like. So as I stated earlier, this layout has 3 harbors. You get the Quinnipiac River here. I have New Haven Harbor. I also have Mill River. 2 of the industries on the layout will be served by barges. You can see the barge off to the right. That is going to be served by Osmond Sand and Gravel. And quite a few of these things are going to be scratch built in this layout. Here's New Haven Harbor. The track that's just sitting there on the styrofoam, I was just testing out to see how it would look. That's going to be just a little bit below the yard grade, and that's going to be going into the New Haven Steamship Company, or New England Steamship Company. Here's another section. And here's the other side of New Haven Harbor. Now, where you see the crane and the Great Northern car, that's going to be Connecticut Steel. They'll be able to bring in cars there and then transfer the contents of the gondolas into barges, and they'll be taking it away by barge. So it's going to go from the scrapyard to this industry and then back and forth. Bell Dock Yard. New Haven Gasworks siding. Now, the New Haven Gasworks siding, the way I had this track set up, the manufacturer's spur ends at the Gasworks plant. So it dead ends right there.
Ron, this is a 10-minute warning for you.
Okay. Okay, the National Pipe Bending Company siding. And then you can see the way the buildings are set up. They all act as view blocks. A nice little alleyway there. Seaboard coal siding. And then here I am putting all the track in. That's basically what the area looks like. And you can see how much track work I have on this thing. The bench work's a little bit messy with all my stuff, but I wanted to take a picture of what it looked like. And here's an aerial shot of what it looks like. So you can see how the trains are going in between all the buildings, and that's what the prototype did. That's what it looked like. Here is the New Haven Wood Company. This will be modeled on the layout, represented by that building. New Haven Gas Works. There it is right there. Bell Dock. And also the yard. This is the entrance to the yard. And this is probably my favorite scene that I'm doing is Chapel Street. This is that oil company there. And I'm not sure if they actually received cars by rail, but since there was a spur there, I did it anyway. I will be putting up a wood building similar to the coal area right there. And that is the my version of Chapel Street anyway. So it looks pretty close. There's a train going into Bell Dock Yard, and this is one of my test trains that I was running not too long ago. And then finally, this is going to be one of the scenes that I want to model with the bridges and the tanks and the gas tanks rather, and all the buildings there. And this is going to be the scene that I turn into the west end of the Bell Dock area. We have River Street, and I try to duplicate the same scene. I don't have any the electric locomotives yet, so I use the 44 tonner. And just to go over some really quick operations, I know we're close on time. I'm not going to use them dispatcher because the manufacturer's railroad was within yard limits, so a dispatcher is not needed. I can run a maximum of 6 operators, but I can run with 1 or 2. I can use 2 crews, a yard master, and if needed, a bell dock switcher operator. And the yard master will have their own panel for switches for the switches that have been deemed powered. The switches, there's probably about a dozen switches that will be controlled by the yard master's panel, and that is because I do not want operators reaching over the whole layout to switch. I'm going to use the standard switch lists, and then I will eventually phase in the waybills, because the New Haven used waybills and they made switch lists, so it's prototypical. And then this is a picture from my first op session that I did. It took me 40 minutes to switch out 3 industries, so it is very realistic. In addition to the switch list, I decided to make maps of the area. So operators that are not familiar with the layout can actually have a map, and they know what track is what, and inbound, outbound, and where the engine facilities go. So this was the first area that I did, and I'm pretty pleased with how it came out. So future layout plans. This is the spur that goes to nowhere for now. But what I decided to do as from a request from my kids is that I decided to rebuild the old layout just without duck unders. So this is going to be the entrance to Mill River Junction. So this will lead into a larger layout probably sometime next year. So this was my old track plan from the old layout. So somehow I got to make this work with 2 peninsulas. So this is to be determined. So I'm sure this is going to be a future clinic someday. And that's it. Any questions?
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, we got some questions. So, John, do you want to take it from here?
You bet
We got about 5 minutes for questions before we need to sign off.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Ron, this is really cool. Another reminder of how much railroading you can get into a pretty small space, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
What era are you planning on modeling? Is it this era here with the diesels?
Yeah, it's going to be after September 26, 1948. That's when they turned the power off for the manufacturer. So it's going to be after that. But I will, you will see remnants of lines that had been electrified. I do have catenary poles that are stripped down. So I'm going to install those. So they're going to look like at one point they had catenary there, but they really don't. So it's 48 to 68. That's going to be my era.
Okay. I noticed a lot of the photos had, track embedded in the streets. Will you be modeling that look? And if so, how are you going to do that?
Yes, I will be doing that. Mostly all the way in the back of the layout is all going to be street running. And what I use for that is it's called Easy Sand 90. It's basically powdered drywall plaster.
Oh, yeah.
And I use that in between the tracks. I have successfully buried switches with this, and they work just fine. The section on the layout that represents River Street right now has a buried switch that I use the same technique. So yes, I will be doing that. And from what I understand, the Easy Sand 90 is very, very similar to the Woodland Scenic Smooth It product. And it works very well. And all you need is one coat, and the way it sets up and sets when it dries, it doesn't shrink, it doesn't crack. And with one coat, it sits just below the railhead, so you can clean it with a bright boy without messing up your scenery.
Nice. When you were sort of deciding between a prototype representation versus operating interest as a modeler, how do you did you come into conflict at all? How does it control what you decide to do there?
It's a great question. One thing that I learned from a good friend of mine, and he says, always tell my friend Rick Abramson, he says, never over track it. But when you look at the manufacturers, there is track everywhere. So it's kind of, you have to have a happy medium. And you have to be satisfied with what you're doing. Could I have put 45 Industries on there? Probably not. It would probably be too much. And it just takes, when you start adding too much, and then it takes away from the realism of it. But if you can get that feel that looks like the manufacturers or operates in it, with the sharp curves and the 15-inch radiuses and stuff. I mean, if you run a switcher on with a 50-foot boxcar, you actually hear real flange coming from the 50-foot boxcars going over to 15-inch radius, which is pretty cool.
Nice. Yeah, nice. Did the New Haven have car float bridges in this area?
They had all their car floats down.
Barges.
Oh, yeah, they had no, they didn't have barges. Not that I know of anyway, but I added them. So
you'll have those.
They did have car floats down at Oak Point.
Will you try any overhead wiring? That was there before the diesels, huh?
Yeah, the layout expansion will have overhead wiring. It's going to be there, not operating, but it will be there. Will I do it on this? I may put a couple sections up that, since I'm modeling right after they turn the wire off or the power off, that means the wire still would have been there. So some sections will have it, some won't. So I haven't really decided 100% how I'm going to do it yet, but it will be, it will be represented as a former electrified railroad.
I got to ask you a question too about, since you got disrupted right in the middle of everything, what advice you might have for somebody building a layout and thinking they might have to move somewhere in the future. What did you learn along the way?
I would never do it again. The thing is, when you're moving a model railroad, you can't do it fast. You have to do it at a certain speed. Otherwise, things get broken. I mean, if you're going to build a layout, like right now, if for some reason, God forbid, if I had to move again, I can take this layout with me. So build it so you can take it with you, whether it's modular or smaller sections. And from what I'm seeing, a lot of the smaller layouts are becoming more and more popular. So, this is only 15 by 6. So it's not that big. It'll probably fit in most basements. But, I would make it so you can actually take it apart, because you put so much time and effort into these layouts, and then within days it's gone. And the only advice I would give is make it so you can move it if you had to.
That's fantastic. Well, Ron, we very much appreciate you sharing your layout with us today and your progress and your plans. It was just amazing. Brooks?
Well, yeah, thank you. And I think that's going to conclude it for this hour of the NMRAx. It's been a pleasure hosting with y'all. I'm going to step out, and I think Speed's going to take over from here. So see you later, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, Gordy did a Marty, and you had no sound. Excellent. All right, so I found the mute button now. So, that was Dabber the dog, who's disappeared off with his ball again. But yeah, so what we're going to do just shortly is we're going to kill this stream. You're going to get part 2 coming up. So if you're on the YouTube channel, the video will end. You'll need to go back to the main NMRA channel and watch the part 2 video. Start that, make that go full screen. It'll be running for 8 hours. And you need to, on Facebook, we'll restart the stream on the Facebook page, and we'll share it to the group in a little while, just as soon as we've got it up and running. And if you don't already, please subscribe to our YouTube channel at NMRA.org, or just Google NMRA and you'll find it in the YouTube channel. And if you're on Facebook and you're watching us on Facebook, please like and follow the NMRA Facebook page. And if you're not already a member of the NMRA Facebook group, please join that group, and then you can find out about all our upcoming NMRA X kind of activities and other things that's going on in the NMRA in your area. So I'm done for now. Crew change to the Aussies. We'll be going off in just a second, and we'll be right back. Hopefully. God, he presses the right buttons.